I did it again. No microphone. So we're going to do it again. What's up, all you blue chips? Welcome to the Friday night morning stream. I'm going to be seeing you guys tell me that I have absolutely no sound, but you're going to have it. And so, without further ado, this is the Friday morning stream, not the late night stream like I had mentioned with no mic. And yeah, let's get to it. Boom, 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 we fixed that problem. Whoopsie. Sorry. It's all good now. I got it. So, Mr. Gifford, welcome. I can ask him, but I'm pretty sure that they don't do it that quickly. I've withdrawn from SureTrader before when there was no issues going on, and it still took 2 or 3 days. So I would assume with everything that's going on, it's most likely going to be a little bit on the slower side. I know he withdrew the funds. I just don't know. I actually know of 3 people, actually 4 now, that have withdrew the funds, but I don't know if they have received them yet. All right, so we got about 2 minutes here until the market opens. I'm not really looking at anything in particular. Just kind of waiting for the scanners to tell us what to do. SPY is hovering around that 300 area. A little bit of a downfall from the big peak yesterday. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Fridays are usually a little bit slower. Yeah, I'm wondering if they're not answering their phones, because I'm a little confused with that, because the registration itself is suspended. So what I'm thinking from that is SureTrader as a company is suspended. So technically, if they're suspended, they can't answer your emails or calls or anything. So I don't think they're ignoring people. I think they just legally can't talk to you until the 24th, which is why I think we also haven't seen an update from them, like via Twitter or something like that. It might just be part of the guidelines for being suspended. So if I had to guess, that's what I would guess. So good luck to everybody, as we got about 25 seconds here. Sorry about the Peppa Pig in the background. Not much I can do about that. Doing this live with the kiddo. Probably going to have to get up and put him down here shortly so he can try to rip my green screen apart. And yeah. Let's see what the market gives us. The only thing I was looking at, I don't even remember. I think it was it this one? No, I don't remember what it was. Yeah, there's the bell. I agree with you there, Tom. I always tell people, like, when they're signing up for CMEG, they're always complaining that there's a lot of hoops they have to jump through. And I tell them, well, think of a bad car dealership that's willing to sell anybody a car, with any credit, and they're willing to take credit cards. Like, if they basically just tell you to make an account and use your credit card to put money on there, it shouldn't be a broker you trust. At first, I felt like I had no choice, and that's why I used them when I first started out, but now there are choices, including CMEG. And CMEG is, to me, I mean, they're still an offshore broker. They're not in the Bahamas. They're in Trinidad. Just through talking with them, I have a lot more trust built with them. And they also don't have like a dark history via like the owner of the company, all that good stuff. Sorry if I'm kind of rambling. I'm trying to somewhat pay attention as everything's happening. It's not our play. And I tend, while I'm waiting for the scanners to tell us what to look at, I tend to watch the plays that I can't necessarily play. I also like just watching low floats. Go look at all that volume. Holy smokes. And it's just sitting there. at the same price. It's crazy. Look at that, 3 million volume. Look at that, almost 22 million already for the day. SCS. Oh, that's actually got some volume. We would want to see this get over that resistance line here from yesterday's after hours. I'm assuming this is an earnings play based off of all that craziness. The wicks are so long they go down into the volume chart so that they can show everything. Yesterday's high was here, previous day was there. We'd need to see more volume come into that. We'll keep an eye on it on the scanners. Spread's not too bad. Right there is a big resistance area too on the daily, right here at 18. This is interesting. It's probably going to double top, but unfortunately we would probably want it to go through this before we get in. There we go. We would want up there towards like 1825, 1830 at least. It looks like it's going to go right back under. Yeah, playing the 18 pop there might have been nice for a double top, but on a Friday we're especially looking for something a little bit more juicy than that. Oops, IVI. There we go. Volume was there on the first candle. Looks like it's kind of dying off though. Yeah, I mean, I guess Trinidad could be bad. I mean, I honestly don't know, but just from dealing with the company itself, I've had a good experience so far, and I've been with them for 4 or 5 months, and it's been nothing but a positive experience. Kind of liking this. It's got a pretty big range on it, so we'd probably look to start a little bit smaller, especially because it's a $40 stock as well. That's a really spready too. See if we can get a shot up to 52 there. The highs from the previous days are down here. So if we can get up towards 52 or 42, might actually start this thing. If it would just go up, just not a huge fan of how the volume kind of died off after that first candle. Look at all these things going nuts right now. I know I can't play most of them though, looking at them. HOG we might be able to play, but I'm going to stay here. I saw the bid pop up to 83 there for a sec. I really want this bid to come up. Oh man, did you see it there? It was 92. That's why I don't like... Oh, there we go. Right through 42. Man, get back up there. Hold on, bud. This happens every time I want to trade. I'm just scared to hit it because look how quick it's dropping. We're going to get that bid price. All right, we're going to start it there at 84. Bid came up enough for us there. It feels kind of toppy here. I just didn't want to get a really bad price, which, I mean, 84 isn't that great, but if 42 wants to act as resistance here, I mean, we wouldn't be mad if it kind of went through 42 on this extended move. So looking, and because that was the thing, I didn't mention it, but over here, there's resistance there at 42 previously. I kind of want to check out Hog. That thing was going nuts. But we'll just stay here. We'll focus on this. There we go. If we can get a drop down to like 41, to get the 41.50 flush, we'll look to just take half. Which I should probably put the order in because of just how quick it's moving. I'll just put it in at, let's do 41.41. This to be interesting. Because I feel like it's moving so fast, we would probably miss it. Kind of just hanging out here, huh? It's not what we like to see. Volume's a little bit lower. Yeah, crap. I've played Hog in the past. It seems like it's doing exactly. I don't have it up, but guys in the chat are talking about it and they're happy about it. Let's just look at it real quick. That's crap. I would have much rather have played this one. Look at the volume too. That's frustrating. See, I should have went and looked at it. Sorry, hopefully we can get a decent little winner out of this one. Not a huge fan if this wants to go through 42 at this point, but I still think we're due a little bit of a pullback here. Plus we're in pretty light to start, so I wouldn't be too mad if it went like right now, but if it consolidates for a couple more minutes and then goes, okay, there we go. So we'd want this probably around up near 42.50 if it wants to go. What's up, Mr. Mackey? How you doing? And there we're getting the drop. Not a huge fan of how this is trading right now. It's trying to hang out up here. I don't think we're wrong in the grand scheme of it, but just with how spready this thing is. There we go. I was going to say, if we're going to get a move, let's get a move. This thing is just fighting. I do not like that. There we go. I'm going to have to get up and get my kid down here in a second. I'm going to try to be patient with this. As you can see, it moves really fast. Don't want to get our ads too close together, especially on something with a bit more range. Really sad that we missed hog. Oh man, look at that drop right back down to view app. Sometimes you just pick the wrong ones to play. As I really need to start getting my other charts back up too. I kind of threw all this back. I threw all this together this morning, kind of last minute. Kind of had a busy morning with the kids. Just kind of kicking back here, just letting it do its thing here, extending itself. Always keeping an eye there on previous day's highs. Previous resistance here would be the ultimate end goal, but VWAP, as you can see, is kind of climbing. If we get back under 42, it'll probably get a decent little drop. As you can see, it's really fighting up here. It's interesting. Just wish it wouldn't kind of fight in the same area. It's like you either want it to just go or not. You don't want to see the consolidation. Volume's too light on those. Anybody else get anything yet? There we go. Finally starting to get the up move there. All right, we're going to get our ad there. What? Invalid shares, crap. I guess because I switched over, I should probably still take it here. Yeah, I'm going to take it. I lost 3 cents there, and of course it popped up. It's okay. I'm not going to fret there because we tried to hit it at 41, so I'm not going to fret over 3 cent miss there. Looks like we picked the hard one. So we're at 42.11 now. Obviously, we aren't a huge fan of how this is currently trading, especially because it's lower volume as well. I know, bud. I'm going to come get you. I'm coming. I'm going to go let him down real quick. Actually, let me put let's do half. try to get out if it wants to dump. Do it at 95, just in case it gets down there. It looks like it might want to keep going. Mr. Mackey, yeah, me and GDT essentially do the same thing. Sorry for the noise in the background. It's getting a little frisky. Guess I could have waited to see if it wanted to pop 50, but it kind of stalled there. That's why I kind of threw it in there, but obviously it would have been nice to wait now. I don't like the spread on this. That's the thing that's really kind of killing me. I mean, if I would love to see a 43 pop. Let's do this. We'll just do a 5. I'll be happy with it over it. 43 or 5. Sure. At this point, we're kind of not in a great trade. The MDR seems like it's just going to keep going off, so I'm actually going to turn the sound off on that. Yeah, no problem. It's kind of what I'm going for, is just the streaming live. I mean, this is what I'm doing anyway for the most part, as long as my kid's being good. So I figured why not just do it actually live. Really should have just grabbed it up there in the 80s, looks like. Kind of frustrating. I mean, VWAP is like way down there. Trying to just be patient with this. Not a huge fan of adding on the way down, so now we're kind of stuck. Yeah, because our average would have been up somewhere around 42.50 if we would have got that ad. Yeah, sometimes you pick the wrong one. Seems to be that kind of week. See if we can get under 50 here. There we go on the bid. We're actually going to try to take... Let's cancel both of these, because I feel like the 41 break is going to be a little bit more tough now. We'll kind of see what it does. This spread is just kind of sucky, but... At this point, though, if it goes high a day, we might just have to cut this thing, which would be a little bit frustrating. Wouldn't want to, but I mean, I don't know. This thing is so extended. This is where the emotions get to you. Emotions definitely can get to you, because it's like the odds are this thing's gonna pull back. It just might not pull back yet. And it's like you really don't want to necessarily take the chance sometimes, but I mean, this thing is super extended. I think we're going to play this one out. Kind of just looking to get out of this one somewhat break even at this point if it wants to give it to us, because obviously we didn't get that ad up top. But it's not looking like a great trade. Wish we would have somehow mistakenly clicked off of it and went to hog. That would have been the much better trade. I feel like everything inside of me is saying just be patient. I feel like at least that 42 retest is going to happen. That's where all the major levels are. Every time we go over charts in past tense, we see this over and over again. You get the extension through a previous resistance, and then it comes back down to at least test it. We're going to see if we can get that pop through to take 75%. Cool thing about my buttons now too is if I were to hit one of these buttons, it cancels that order first. Seeing now if our average, if we would have got that ad up there, we would have been in the green. Probably would have took 75% right there on that dip, because we would have been up near 42.50, and that would have been a big winner. But now we're still stuck in the red, hoping for the 42 retest. There we go. Come on. Let's give us that 42 retest. Hopefully we get the pop through real quick. Why do I have it at 41.05? God dang it. It's 41.95. Our unrealized was red there for a sec for some reason, even though the ask was under. It was at 42.07. I'm being greedy here, trying to turn this into a green trade. And it's probably going to end up costing me a little bit. Just because our average is such crap here. This would have been a great trade. There we go. Come on. Just pop through. Come on. Come on. We need the ass to go. Frustrating. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. All right, so we got bailed out of this one a little bit. Let's see if this 25 shares can continue down there towards VWAP. See if we can hold under 42 here. I have a carton of Sure Trader Teas available. That's funny. We'd be looking for around VWAP here. Man, this would have been an amazing trade if we got that ad. That little pop through 43 would have been amazing, because we would have been looking for that 41.50 flush. We would have took half there, then we would have took another half here where we just did, and it would have been at least a quota trade. I'm actually debating on trying to let this fade. Just put a stop at 42, like right over 42. Let's see what it does here, though. I'd love to see this get down to VWAP. If it gets down to VWAP, we'll probably just take it. The strategy is really just a para into a short, to answer your question, Mr. Mackey. Like an intense move. I mean, that's what you're looking for. Just call it the intensity strat, because it can work both short and long. So it's really kind of whatever you want to call it. Yeah, we're going to put I might just be covering it now. I don't want to see this go back over 42. I'd like to see it try to continue down there towards VWAP. Let's put the stop. Just going to put it in. If it goes through 42, we'll be out. And we're probably going to get some slippage. There we go. Nice little shoot down right before we got filled. It was at 42. I don't think it ever actually printed over, though. No. Hopefully we can shoot this back down. Little consolidation here and then shoot down. In reality, our stop should be up here like 42.50 area. So we're kind of short leashing this at this point, but kind of have to. I would love this thing to fade. Get down there towards VWAP and get under VWAP. Because at this point, if it can hold under 42, I think we'll get a decent little fade. We'll just keep an eye on it because we'll lower our stop as we go too. So like here, let's drop it down to 90. Kind of like we're just doing like a manual trailing stop basically. Trying to give it a little bit of a leash. Try to make as much out of a smaller share size as we can. So frustrated for two reasons this morning. Didn't get the trade on hog, and we also didn't get our ad up top on this one, which would have made this a great trade. And it's looking like we might get stopped here. See if we can get a nice little shoot back down. Oh, ask is coming up. Yep, and see, this is the frustration because now we're going to get slippage. Because it's waiting for the bid to come up, but by the time the bid comes up, it might be at 42, and then that's what it's going to give us. Makes no sense to me. I mean, hopefully it just fades now. See, look, 96. It's very frustrating how the order system works with CMEG. And I know it's like the route that we're on. It's only 25 shares. So they basically cover themselves because I'm going to pay the spread on these 25 shares. So I'm going to pay the bid, whatever it is, but they're going to give me the ask when it happens, and then they get the spread. So if it's 10 cents, they're making $2.50. Now, what? It gave me 42.07. That's just absolutely ridiculous. All right, well, there you just saw some of the frustrations of using offshore broker. So disappointed in that trade. How high did it get? It got like right to 43, 42.95. And I thought about hitting it in the 80s. I really did. My kid is just playing with the front door. That's why I keep hearing the beeping. This will most likely be a sloppy seconds type play. So we ended up with 13 bucks, which I'm not going to complain about. Could have been a big winner, though, if we got that ad. If we got that pop through 43 before it did that, that would have been nice. Let's check out SRNE. I really think I might go back to my 3-chart setup. I don't use time and sales anymore, so it's kind of a wasted space. I was really just doing it for the YouTube videos. I feel like I'm just missing a ton of action. And look at this. Just absolutely beautiful trade there. A little frustrating. Not going to be upset about it. It's Friday. We'll kind of take what the market gave us. Be glad that this actually came down to us. You know, patience. You saw it happening. You saw the emotions going through me. And sometimes you don't see that in my videos because it'll be a slow part of the trade, and I just cut it out because a lot of people don't want to see slow parts of the trade. But doing this live, you actually got to see my emotions as the trade was happening. And it's like you can see a trade constantly going against you, and it starts to make you worry a little bit. But of course, look at this thing. get the little fake out through 42. I mean, that happens all the time. And that's, again, if we would have got that ad, our stop would have been up here somewhere if it wanted to continue. But we had to keep a tight leash on it because we didn't want to give too much back from a trade that, we probably got lucky and shouldn't have been green on in the first place. So it's one of them things where you can't look at it in hindsight because this thing could have clearly just, decided to be, this could have been the VWAP pullback and then it could have continued and went high a day. So you can't look at it in hindsight. It just so happens we're still watching the trade. But back to the emotions, like you have a plan in your head, but sometimes those emotions start to mess with you, and you gotta really talk to yourself and realize that you gotta stick to your plan. And that's what we did. We stuck to our plan and ended up being a okay trade. We were really trying to get the fade down to VWAP through VWAP, but it might look like it's going to do that now, but oh well, right? Let's see what some people, Roku, Etsy. Just looking at what everybody else traded. I'm not going to look at Hog anymore today. Not going to look at it. Let's hopefully we can get another play. This is OPHC. This is a low floater that we can short. Oh, that's scary. It's only 328,000 in volume. Looks like we're right at key resistance level. Maybe not really. $1 million in the float here. I'm not going to see anything by scrolling out, but it'll make the chart look a little bit better. Look how many days I just went back just to make the chart look somewhat reasonable. This is just somebody's pumping this thing. Did it drop more? You're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. And this is what tends to happen. Very frustrating. Very, 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 very frustrating. Very frustrating. Not gonna fret. Not gonna fret. Move on. Move on. Right? Poker. Next hand. Next hand. I do want to take a picture of it though for later. Yeah. Put it in my journal. These are the kind of things that really help you learn. You see these over and over again. Next time it'll make me, think twice about waiting for the 43 pop when we really need to get that average up, because we got in under the 42 pop there. So we should have looked to kind of do the same thing at the 43 pop and just been happy with it, especially with how extended this was, with no real pullback at the time. Very frustrating. Sorry, I was just telling the Team ISW how frustrating it was. I mean, I wasn't telling them. I was just posting the chart and letting them know I did have that order in 4305. Just didn't get it. Didn't get that quick pop that we were looking for. I mean, you guys saw how quick the bid would pop up and then shoot back down. So that's all right. Yeah, while you guys are here, I'll actually just go ahead and put it in my journal since nothing else is going off. Give you guys a little insight into that while you're here. We got IIVI. Oops. Our first sell at 41.84 for 50 shares. We added at 42. Is that 38? Couldn't tell if it was a 6 or an 8. I hit 6 anyway. Then we first cover 41.95 for 75 shares. And then Unfortunately, the last ones that we 17-cent slippage. Ouch. I mean, that's not that much on 25 shares, but you know, if we were, say, in the future and these all had a 0 on the end of them, it's a decent amount. Talking 25 times 17 versus 250 times 17. Yeah, God, I suck. So I don't know why I could have just added the freaking. It's that kind of morning. Let me get another. So $40 difference ish. Save and close. 13. I thought it was. Hitting the wrong. I was like, why is it not popping up? Oh, it was 13. I thought it was 12 in my head for some reason. Just making sure it was right. All right. So I like to take the chart. I'll throw it in here. And then I'll just throw some notes in there. I'll probably come back to this a little bit later, but because I usually do this at the end of the day, but I'm just kind of giving you guys an insight. Look at this thing. Holy crap. That's so sad. Just some people covering, thinking, you know, it could go higher, VWAP could bounce, blah, 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 and it did exactly what we were hoping it did just after it squeezes it. All because of a little bit of a missed opportunity. That's what I'll call it, missed opportunity. Not upset. Overall trade. Just got a bad run out. Just to keep the poker reference. So basically we had pocket aces. Flop was decent. The turn and river kind of kept us from throwing more money into the pot. And we ended up winning the smaller pot, right? That's a good way to look at it. And that's how I'm going to look at it. I'm just going to leave it at that because that's really all this was to me, you know? If you really want to look at it, we thought we had pocket aces, getting the extension from the previous resistance. It was high of day on the chart here. And we had obvious previous resistance for it to come back down to, which is exactly what it's doing now. And we got our flop. You know, we threw our continuation bet in there with what we think is the best hand. The turn card was not exactly what we were looking for. The heck? Was not exactly what we were looking for. We wanted something a little bit better. Didn't get it. And then as we were coming down here, the river card was just not the card we wanted to see. So we checked it up, and we ended up winning the pot. You know, our opponent turned over cards that weren't that great. And in hindsight, we know that we could have made more money, right? We could have threw money in on the turn, and we could have let our shares ride on the river, and we could have made more money. So I'm going to look at it that way. Mr. Mackey, to be completely honest, while I'm streaming, I will put $2.95 in there, but I do get lower commissions just for being an affiliate with CMEG. But if people were to sign up under me, that's just kind of their way of saying thank you for promoting CMEG. And again, I don't promote CMEG to make money off of you guys. I promote it because I believe it's the best option out there for traders in the same situation that I'm in. So yes, my commissions are less, but it's because I'm an affiliate with them, and it's kind of a thank you that they give me for getting you guys to sign up, per se, just to be completely honest. So I put $2.95 in there just to show you guys what would realistically be for a trade. I don't want you guys to have unrealistic expectations, I guess is the best way to put it. So while we're sitting here hoping that another trade pops up, if you guys have any other questions, feel free to chime in. I will go ahead and answer them to the best of my knowledge. Hopefully we can build this stream up. It kind of stinks. I eventually plan to do this every day. But while I have the kids, which he's being really good right now, I keep I can see him in my monitor, like because there's a black part up in the top left screen. You guys might not think I'm looking at him, but I am. I want you guys to think I'm a bad parent. As you can hear, he's just kind of over there doing the same thing over and over again with the wheel.
All right.
What link are you looking for? Marketing. I can definitely shoot you that. And we just got a subscriber. Oh, it disappeared on me. Appreciate that, whoever just subscribed. See if it'll pop up on YouTube. I can probably check under here. Let's see. I haven't been on Streamlabs in a while. Nobody donates to me. Just kidding. I don't ever expect donations from you guys. Let's see. Mohammed Nasir. Did I say that right? Or is it Nasser? I would feel like there'd be another S in there if it was Nasser. So my last name gets butchered all the time, so I'm allowed to butcher other people's last names. But I know I got Mohammed right. So maybe you're in here. Thank you. Everybody else saw it probably pop up on the screen. I didn't click it quick enough. Are you just looking for the link to CMEG for the 295 trades? I made a Sure Trader video yesterday about the suspension. It seemed to get some pretty good traction. Guess it was a hot topic on YouTube, or just in general, yesterday. And nothing's popping up. That's usually what happens on Fridays. You get that initial burst. I said I wasn't going to. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not looking at Hog. Not doing it. Just start scrolling through some charts here. So this is extended, not enough though. And the volume is not there. The CMEG link? Okay. It's not actually a link. When you go to sign up, you would just put my code in there, which I can give you. I believe it's CMEG Tim V, but let me just make sure. Could be. I think it's down in the description as well, but I'm not in there. So yeah, here it is. So you can send an email to the new accounts at cmelightgroup.com and just tell them that you would like to use that code CMEGTIMB, and there it goes. I don't affiliate, or I don't associate, I should say, with TradeNet at all. Not after what happened, and you just constantly hear, like, if you really dig into TradeNet, I mean, it just feels scammy, very scammy. I mean, I don't promote Patrick Wieland, obviously. I never have. But when he did call out TradeNet, I mean, he was pretty spot on. He did have a very good argument, and I would only assume that there's a reason all those videos disappeared. So TradeNet realized that they needed to go into damage control, and I don't think they went to court. So that should, if you can put two and two together, you'll probably see how those videos were taken down. CMEG is Capital Markets Elite Group. It's the broker. So like when I pull up here, you'll see, well, it says Traders Elite Pro because that's what they call it. I can't show you my icons down here, but it says CM on it. Or I can probably, let me see. Yeah, here we go. Why is it not? I guess I can't add it. I can probably drag it on top of it. There we go. Oh, what the? That is not what I wanted to do. What the heck just happened? It's like my scanners tried to open it up. Let me cancel. Okay. Exit out of that. I don't know what I just did there. But yeah, there's the, that's what, you can just pull up their website. I'll send it to you in a sec, because now all these are going to load on me again. Let's see. I'm not saying TradeNet is a scam. I just said everything that they do feels scammy. Kind of like SureTrader. So, yeah, I didn't mean, I'm not at all calling them a scam. When I just kind of use that word a little lightly, I guess. Kid's so cute. In CMake, I have a real and demo account both. Yes. So, like, if I wanted to trade, I'm not going to trade MDR. Things like just going sideways. I don't really understand why people are trading this. But you would just change this from your real account to your demo account, and then everything else acts as normal. But just be careful if you do that, because say I wanted to check another stock, SCHL, for instance, it changes back if you have it set that way, because it'll change back to your default. So I actually, for that reason, made it so my default share size doesn't show in there. I would have to put it in. So hopefully it would make me realize, because I've made that mistake in the past, and that's why I changed it to where I would hopefully catch it in the future, where I could be demo trading another stock, and then a real play would pop up, and I go to play it, and I ended up going back to the demo stock, or the stock that I was trading on. I keep calling it demo, but it's, I guess, paper is what the better word. I was trying not to say paper because I was saying demo, but I should have been saying papers. But so I went back to the one I was playing on paper, and I went to close my position, and I actually opened a new position under my real account. So thankfully it worked out. I mean, I got right back out of the position, but thankfully it didn't shoot against me. See if this finally dropped down or not. Yeah, it's just probably going to go sideways. I mean, we had that line drawn from the very beginning, right? Should have just tried to be a little bit more patient, even if we had to risk it going against us a little bit. I mean, it ended up going back up on us way past where we wanted to anyway. Kind of sucks in hindsight. It really doesn't matter what amount you start with, because it really would be dependent on your share size. 2,000 with CMEG, I would recommend 3,000, just because at 2,500 you get the full 6-to-1. With 2,000 you would only get 4-to-1 buying power. So it would really help you be able to kind of trade different tiers of stocks. Like with a $2,000 account, you're probably not trading stocks up here in the $30, $40 range. But down at, or if you had $3,000 in there, now you have 6-to-1 on that. So you got 18,000 versus you would only have 8,000. So it's a big jump. So, I mean, that would be my recommendation, at least 3,000. I started with 5,000. So, and we're sitting at 57.45, and that'll go up just a little bit after today, if we don't trade anything else. We're getting there. I always like to bring up my my journal just to show you guys that it's a lengthy process. Like, this is what my overall chart looks like from when I first started back in August of last year. What was the first day? August 21st. So, as you can see, it's been a journey. It's had its ups and downs. This was pretty much just luck, to be honest. Like, when I look back, it was a lot of luck involved. And then when we ran out of luck, this is right here, February 8th, is when I started using the new strategy. and it started to work. And then literally like 2 days after we decided to start trying to scale up, we ran into MTSI. And as you can see, we weren't really losing. This was actually a 28 trade green streak. And we didn't know how to lose with the strategy. We had never really lost with it. And then we lost with it there. And then since then, we actually took a month off in here to paper trade to kind of learn how to lose with it. That's why you won't see June in here. It just goes from May to July. And since then, I learned that slow and steady wins the race, right? So we're back up here, and we're looking to just slowly grind our way up. And my end goal here, just to give you guys a little insight into that, is just like poker, where you have a bankroll and you play a certain stakes. So when your bankroll builds up to the next level, you can up the stakes. So right now I am looking to currently try to learn how to hit my quota every day with my current share size, because that's the risk that I am willing to take on a daily basis. And then after that, I'm looking to go from 5,000 to 10,000. And then when we hit 10,000, I'll look to up my share size, and then we'll go to 20,000. So from 10,000 to 20,000, we'll be using that same share size. And then from 20,000 to 50,000, or whatever, that when we get to that goal, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But that's what I'm currently doing right now. For $25,000, that's if it's a U.S. broker. CMEG is not a U.S. broker. It's an offshore, one of the very few offshore brokers that you can use to avoid the PDT rule. Yeah, some U.S. brokers, this would have counted as 2 trades, and you only get 3 trades within a 5-day rolling period. So like if I would have made this trade today on Friday, I wouldn't get these 2 trades back until next Friday morning. That's crazy to me. If you want to day trade and you don't have $25,000, you can't use a U.S. broker. And to bring this back up, right here, this was actually when I switched from SureTrader to IB and tried to swing trade and stuff like that, because I realized that I was getting lucky around this point. I was like, man, this is not going to be sustainable. And so I was like, well, let me try swing trading. And so I switched over to IB with the whole 3 trades per week. And as you can see, that didn't go very well for me. So right in here, I actually, at the new year, I took Christmas off and switched back to SureTrader during Christmas. And as you can see, I started to kind of go back up, and then I ran into OCX, which if you guys don't know the story about OCX, we can get into that another time. Come to the live stream tonight and ask me about it, and I'll tell you about it. But that happened, and then I was like, man, I knew it was going to catch up to me, because I went right back to trading the way I was, because I was like, well, I'm making money, and then I lost money swing trade. And I was like, well, let me go back to the way I was, and then sure enough, it caught up to me. And so then I was like, and then I found ISW. I luckily stumbled upon ISW and started the YouTube channel, and so far the rest is history. And I just told you what this was, but I feel like we're definitely on the right path. That's all there is to it. That would require just a little bit of math. You would just know what your buying power is. And let me pull up, I made myself a little chart. I'm trying to find, there it is. So let me move my head out of the way here for a sec. But so right now, I actually dumbed it down a little bit, but let me pull up this. You'll see my buying power is actually $34,470.18. Sorry, I keep burping in my mouth. So I just did the calculations for 30,000. So on a $10 stock, I would be able to buy 3,000 shares total. So if you're doing a 112, if you really wanted to take 3,000 shares, which you shouldn't be, with 30,000 buying power, that's how many I could take. It's just good to know what's available. And then so forth, with $20, I could take 1,500, $30, I could take 1,000. So there with $40, on that stock, if I wanted to do a 1124, I most likely could have, or I know I could have, because it would have been 50, 50, 100, and then 100 on top of that would have made it 400. So I would have definitely had room within my buying power to do it. So just having this as a quick reference is good to have, simply for the fact of knowing what is within your buying power limits. So hopefully that answers your question. Everybody in the ISW chat's like, just one more. It's kind of what I'm feeling too. I would like to trade something else. This was a good trade. It was just slower than I like. I'm not a big fan of it, and I'm gonna pull it up just to make a point. I like the ones with volume where it makes the moves pretty quickly, not the ones that end up grinding. And that's the reason I just pulled that up, because like as you can see, this one, it was extending itself. It just wasn't on a lot of volume, and it was, just kind of grinding its way up there a little bit. Hey, bud. You want to come say hi to everybody? Come here. You want to talk into the mic? Say hi. Can you say hi? No. His brother got him on the cheek yesterday. Little stinker. Is that you? Can you see yourself? Yeah. Say hi. Say hi. Go ahead. Say hi. You blow kisses? You gonna kiss the mic? How about you blow kiss? Say one day you're gonna see this. Yeah. You're gonna see it. And you're gonna be the one making the monies. Oh no, did I put you down? I'm not allowed to put you down now. I was afraid that might happen. So we'll sit you down here. We can't get away from that smile. Yeah. You silly boy. This is what most of my mornings look like. And then usually when I get into a trade, I'll put them down. Like if something pops up and I'm like, I'm going to trade this, usually that's why they're screaming, because I stopped playing with them. All right, what do we got here? So look how quick that happened. It popped up on the scanner over here. Try to get it up. Hey, don't play with those, because they can probably hear that. Look at the float on this thing. 1.8 billion, and it moved like that. That's crazy. Especially on only 139,000 volume. Got a bunch of resistance there at 53 too. Pretty much popped right up to it. See if we can get a pop through 53. Might still be interested. So like right now, I just looked up at my buying power for a stock like this, and I have 600 total shares, but I know I would never use that. We would definitely need a pop through 53 to be interested in this at this point. And then look at something like this. I like the spread's so much better on this one. See if we can get up through 53. What did this one get to, just out of curiosity? 53, 55. The range on this actually isn't that great. Just sticking to our plan here. Don't want to let this one get a hold of us. Don't want to try to jump in just to not miss the move, and then it kind of runs on us, even though it's looking like it's stalling here at 53. Why? Volume isn't that great either. Also, not a huge fan of the float. It's an interesting one. It's also kind of just hanging out here. It feels like it's kind of a magnet for 53. Pet your blanket. Sorry if you guys can hear him constantly hitting the mic stand. Pretty sure it makes a little bit of noise. What's right here? You're silly. Now here we go through 53. I would like to see it extend away from 53, just for my own sake. Like a quick move, like up to 53.20, and we'd be in this thing. What? Gotcha. Oh. What? Alright, kid. You're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. Yeah, you want me to do it again, don't you? I've seen these happen a lot too, like now that it's kind of playing out where some kind of news probably happened and it might just hover right here. Like you get that big up move and sometimes it literally just consolidates. Like you had the original people kind of sell back off. See how, I mean, it's literally just hovering in the same area. Yeah, I'm sorry. Usually I can put him back down. Let me see if I can get him something. And yes, the scanner does have its own chat room. I'll tell you about it in a sec. One sec. Is that fun? Calm down. This thing's just hanging out here, huh? Alright. So rid of him for at least a little second here. Yeah, the chat room has me, GDT, Kevin Avery, and some other guys in there. And this is doing exactly what I thought. This might just be one of them ones where it just literally goes sideways. Or it could just prove me completely wrong right away. Yeah, we are what we consider ourselves Team ISW. We like to really take care of ourselves. There's actually two chat rooms. One is more of like a lounge, and then there's another one where we only post trade ideas. So it's kind of geared towards like if you're in a trade and somebody might post something that you missed on the scanner, like HOG today, and you can pull it up and see if it fits your edge / strategy. Sorry about that. I was answering a question on Discord. Did that answer your question, Mr. Mackey? Hopefully it did. Yeah, and it's proven me wrong. So it would have been a good trade. We really wanted this thing to kind of extend through 53, just to kind of appease us on the daily. Just like IIVI did, where we got that extension through the previous highs, and we were looking for it to come back down to it. This just didn't give it to us. This was a nice intraday play, though, but it kind of scared me off because when we pulled it up, it had already had a big pullback. So I didn't really want to get caught in something that kind of just grinded its way up, because that's kind of what it felt like it was doing. I didn't want to just jump in at 53 just because of the extension, especially because the volume was dying off. And in the past, I've ran into these where when the volume's dying off like that, if there's no selling pressure because there's not enough volume, then it's just not going to ever really drop down. But as you can see, this one's proving me 100% wrong. And that happens, right? Just like the loser we posted from Wednesday. These happen. Look at this thing just dropping right to VWAP. That's crazy. On like no volume too. It doesn't make sense to me because this is a 1.8 billion float and it's just moving like this. I mean, yeah, it's a little higher priced, but I mean, to move 50 cents on 20,000 volume with a huge float like that, that's interesting. GDT had said he missed NVO because he went to the bathroom, and I was telling him how it was kind of a tricky one. I mean, it's something that he might have played, but it's not something I obviously wasn't interested in, because I'm like eager to trade something. But I'm really good at fighting the FOMO, so I'm not really worried about that kicking in. Just kind of frustrated with how the morning went, even though we're green, right? So it's always a good thing. Be frustrated even though you're green. My son's probably pretty tired too, now that I think about it. He woke up early today. Stick around here till about 11 o'clock. He's being good again, so. He doesn't even I don't even know why I run the TV. He doesn't even watch it. My other kid, that's all he wanted to do. Anybody have any questions? Just kind of scrolling through things, just waiting for the scanner to go off. I can actually turn the volume back on for that because it's not going off as much. Oh, yeah, that's right. I umpire tomorrow. Awesome. What time is that game? I think it's at 10. That'll keep me in check with the live stream tonight. What did MDR end up doing? Exactly what I thought. Just going sideways. This TPR. Alrighty. This actually has some volume too. Range isn't crazy. Let's see if we can get up there towards 26. Quick look at the daily. 2660. Was that high? Just alerting TPR. Because a lot of people wouldn't bring this up just based off of the intensity number, but the scanners are designed to get you to pull the charts up early. So this one can't hurt to just pull up the watch since nothing else is happening. We're pretty far extended from that previous resistance line too there at 25.55. Range isn't too crazy on this one, so we start this one with 100 shares. We'd want it up there towards 26 though. I'd like to see it push up there quickly with some volume. CMEG is not that great with shorts on low floaters. As you can see, we did actually have shorts on one of the low floaters that was moving earlier. I don't remember which one it was. But yeah, I mean, if it's a low floater, typically they won't have shares. Not easy to borrow, I should say. You can locate them pretty much all the time. Usually every time I check, you can locate them. You just have to pay for it. You have to $25 flat fee, which goes to CMEG, and then whoever's selling the shares, you would pay per share for those, which it's usually around like a penny a share in most cases, which isn't unreasonable, I guess, for locating. The ball got stuck in there. Give me a sec. This isn't doing what we wanted it to anyway. It's not even in there. There's no ball in there. Where are all the balls? Here's this. Where's the balls at? Are they all under the couch? There's one underneath. You guys are getting the full dive into my daily life here. I'm probably losing you guys. I'm probably not that exciting today. I don't feel very exciting. Dun, 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 dun. Hopefully we can build up a little following with these live streams. I actually like just the idea of it. Literally cannot hide anything. Like you see literally everything. I'm just not a fan of how this is trading now, even if it did go higher after the consolidation there. He is not happy. He keeps hitting the balls in to this toy. Might have to cut it short. Let's see. Actually, I'll be right back. Alrighty. Yeah, no problem, Mr. Mackey. Yeah, I'll be here. I would love to do it Monday, Wednesday, Friday when I'm given the opportunity, but there's some days where I can tell the morning is not going to go the way that I'm planning, so I just end up not doing it. Like this morning, I wasn't really planning on doing it, but it kind of worked itself out. But as you can see, he woke up early, so he was a little tired. No volume here, and previous highs up higher. How do I add my order Somebody asking me in, I think it's chart area, config area. Nope. Oh, that's right. Study config, price, candle. Yeah. Really want one more trade. We need something to start screaming at us on a Friday. I definitely think I'm going to go back to my 3-chart setup, which means I'm going to have to most likely get everything. I have to set everything back up with my hotkeys because they're not the same. But this way, like if I was, because like I said, I'm not using time and sales. So I could have had IVII or IIVI up here. And then when hog was going, I could have simply just went like this and I could trade them side by side. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do this. Really makes no sense for me not to. Because it's cost me a few, I'm not going to say it cost me, but it's kept me out of a few trades. And it's a little frustrating. This thing is just still going. Got under that resistance area, previous resistance. Super sad face, IIVI. If you're not in the Discord, feel free to join us in there as well. Here, let me post that link. So if you have any questions in the off hours or whatever, I'm in there. I'm just talking to Devin. He is one of the ones that withdrew from SureTrader, so he asked for the demo for CMEG, and he's using it. And he was like, man, it's so much easier, or basically he was like, it's so much easier to be a demo trader. It's like, yeah, that's why everybody on YouTube does it. He's like, I'll pay the spreads and everything. That is too funny. It's kind of what people do. So what did you all trade today? You guys like this setup? You like this setup better than the other one? I do. I personally do, and that's what this is all about anyway. So maybe I'll start changing all this. I know I can change these while we're just sitting here doing nothing. So now I can change this one to 75. 75. Edit. Cover 50% position. Change it to green. Boom. One done. Edit. 75. 75. Boom. 50. Cover 50% position. Change it to green. Anybody else like to talk through their actions? Edit. 75. 75. Boom. Edit. Cover 50% position. Change to green. Boom. All right. Go to save it. And that was just one of the changes I made to my montages. I like it a little bit better that way. I wasn't ever using the short to ask, especially with the way that they run their orders anyway. I would never take a huge spread with my money, haha. Like, what is your spread on OPRA? Let's see. 5 cents. Would you have gotten out at VWAP anyway? And these charts look so much better too. These little like small squares. I like it. Let's see. IIVI. I usually go back and take like a full day chart when it's all said and done, and I usually add that to my journal. I just did the one from earlier just to show you guys. Devin's having too much fun with the demo account. What the heck is he doing? But yeah, look at IIVI and look at Hog. I mean, the more and more experience you get trading this way, you start to see this pattern over and over again. Especially on Fridays, they tend to do this. I mean, look at it. It's basically the same pattern. How are you away from the PDT rule? All right, just answering a couple questions in Discord. If you guys have any questions, feel free to chime in with those. If not, we're probably going to get out of here in about 10 minutes. As you can see, the market is kind of dying off here. It's not really doing anything. Let's see, somebody said they're at ENS. Yeah, we had pulled that one up earlier, I think. Look at that volume. Some crap volume. Man, there's really not much to talk about, huh? I can remind you guys that we got the 500 sub giveaway. We're going to be doing that next Friday. You guys are blowing me away with that, by the way, with these subscriptions. I mean, we're at 536. It's crazy. I didn't do it this Friday because it was on Monday, or Tuesday, I think, we were at 497. And typically when we get to the giveaways, I always say I'm going to do it that Friday on the live stream if we get to the number. And it always seems to just kind of hang out there. And I'm like, all right, well, we can. I remember in the past, I think with 200 or 300, we ended up doing it anyway before we got there. And I was kind of mad at myself for doing that. So I was like, well, I'll just extend it another week and hopefully we can get the couple subscribers we need and we'll go from there. But these last two times for 400, it hung out and I waited the extra week and we ended up getting to I think it was 420. And I went away on vacation, if you guys remember, for a week there. And I came back and we were at 492 or something like that. And I was like, holy crap. I was not expecting to have to think of what to do for a 500 sub giveaway so quickly. And so, yeah, you guys are just blowing me away with this. Appreciate the support. Climbing up through 500s already, and we still got a whole nother week to do the 500 giveaway. Maybe we'll just do, if we can get there, 500 and 600 together. Just crazy. Guys, really know how to show the love, and I appreciate all of it. Just lets me, it confirms to me that, we're doing something right here. And that's the whole point. The whole point of this was to have a channel for everyone to be able to come to and just absolutely trust the person putting the content out. Somebody just said TME. Oh, they're buying the dip. So here's what I'll just show you if anyone's still watching that is wondering about the demo account. I do not like playing these for real, at least not yet. But looking at the range, decent little bit range. See if we can get the 1350 pop here. There it is. See, we should have hit it there right when it went through. Hit it there. So now we're in, as you can see up here on the demo account, TRC at 1348. It would have been 1345, but this is no different than if we were playing it just in the opposite way. So this is moving down pretty quick and getting the selling pressure. And we know it's got about 50-cent range, so we're going to add there. We saw the big buyer step in there, so now we're at 1340. And you're basically this is just like reading the tape on time and sales, except I'm just reading level 1. So that's really all it is. Here we go. See if we can get through 50 again. We'll look to take half. There we go. See if we can get a little bit of a pop here. Doesn't look like it wants to. GDT got this one for a quick scalp. There we go. See if we can get through 54. There it goes. All right, we'll take half there. I mean, these are the plays we're looking for, just the other way. I don't have faith in these, but this is literally the intensity strategy, just the opposite way, right? This is no different than looking for an extension and then playing the reversal. See if we can get up through 60. Look to take another half here. What was that one? We got 54 for the first one. Let's see if we can get through 60. It's kind of stalling out here. Not sure what it's doing. We're just going to go ahead and take it since it's on paper. Oh, waited a second. There it goes. I say sometimes when it stalls like that, it's either going to continue or it's going to drop. So you're kind of playing a guessing game there. But if you want to wait and then hit the button, like say it started dropping, then you can hit the button. In this case, this is a pretty quick move back up, so we'll just go ahead and take it here. It's weird that the volume just kind of died. We'll just take it. I saw the ask give first that time. And we're out. So if that was a real trade, we would have made 37 bucks. So, and as you can see, it wasn't even like with some crazy share size or anything like that. And that would have put us right at our quota of 50 bucks. So it's interesting to play these. I have no faith in going long because sometimes you see these and they just keep on going. And then when they bounce, they don't always like really bounce. So I always have a lot more faith in people selling as their position. A lot of people like to take profit. That's the theory behind having more trust in shorting. People take profit where people don't want to buy something that's falling like this. But when it's going up, people just want to buy into the FOMO. But once that runs out, people always want to take profit. And then once you get down in here, this is when all those people that bought FOMO are usually getting out for their big losses. Yes, TME was on the scanner. You can probably scroll back and look at it. Let's see. I just didn't happen to catch it. I'll just bring your chat up over here so you can, let's see. I can make this big. Video is crappy. Let's see if I can change that. It's probably going to slow the stream down a little bit, but I guess I probably only need to do 720. Oh, you know what? It's not even going to be on there because that's the other scanner. Crap. I'm sorry. Crap, and I can't go back in time on the scanner. It's on, let me change this back. Oh, that screwed that up. See how these are the +3 scans, the +I3 scans? This is going to show you the moves that are shooting up, showing you the high intense moves up, like you see I play here on IIVI and HOG. And the ones for TMI or TME would be on the negative I3 scan. So, yeah, it was up there because when I glanced at it, it just wasn't screaming per se, like it wasn't flashing at me, but it was up there. Let me show these guys my cool paper trade. I always tell them it's paper, obviously. Really makes no difference to me. But that's a huge advantage of CMEG too, if you ask me. You can literally practice your trades. You don't have to say I hypothetically would have took it, or have to use a different broker. Like you can literally just drop down between your two accounts. Like if you want to practice a new strategy or something like that. It was that easy. I mean, you guys saw it. It was that easy. Where'd it go? Yeah. So, and I only keep these down here because these are the two that I like to use. But like I said, I have. Let me pull it up. I have a monitor above my main trading monitor, and that's what you're seeing right now. So that is my scanner screen, is basically what I call it, I guess. But I keep these two on my main screen that I'm looking at because that way I don't have to like look up, down per se. Uh, 1332. I had forgot to tell him it was on paper, so everyone was like saying, "Whoa, Tim went long." I was like, "Oh crap, I forgot to say it." And then, of course, I said it in GDT. He's like, "Boo!" Yeah, the demo in CMEG does like as long as you have a live account, you have the demo account, which is crazy because if you want just the demo account, it costs just the same per month, which is crazy. Options wise, probably not because I don't trade options, so I didn't like try to bargain with them at all as far as that goes. I don't even like know what you could. Yeah, see GDT, boo. I don't even know what what would you get for is like the commissions. I guess would be lower. I don't even know like what the commission structure is for options. I don't trade them, never have, never will. ISW Elite VIP. What about it? VIP will get you, or not VIP. The Elite will get you the plus I3 scan, the minus I3 scan. Where is it at? All right, it'll be much easier to just show you this way. Dun, 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 dun. They're really talking in there, huh? Could be. There it is. Sorry about that. Yeah, the Elite will get you this. I knew this picture was in here, so it was just a lot easier to show you. So you would get the minus I3 scan, the plus I3 scan, both gap up and gap down, and then the tops page, which runs throughout the day. So that's what you would get with the Elite package. Move this back up. So like right now on OPHC, is going on the minus I3 scan. So let's pull that up over here So as you can see, it came down. It had a nice descending triangle here, actually, and it broke that. So it triggered on the scanner because it had a big move on some volume. Comparative, right? The scans aren't going to always give you like these moves because they're not always in comparison to how the stock has been trading for the day. I have the platinum is what I have. The platinum it comes with everything that the scanner has. So you get the I3 scans, you get, that'll be a lot easier to show you this way. I'll just show you my layout. So my layout is, these are the ones that I use the most. And since I short more often, I have the minus I3 scans up here, but I don't necessarily use them that often. As you can see, I still am testing them out when they do happen, and I'm not making any of my trades. But it comes with high of day, it comes with low of day. These trackers are basically when an alert goes off, as you can see, OPHC just went off, it will transfer to the tracker. Like if in the morning a bunch of things are going off and you don't have the chat room to kind of remind you of plays that might have went off, you can look up at the trackers and see what else is moving that you might have missed, because it could still be going. There's been several times where it'll go off on the scanner and then it'll kind of consolidate near that high, and since it's consolidating, it'll pop off the scanner for a little bit until it continues its move. So sometimes looking up at those trackers will really help out. You got the gap up watch list. There's also the gap down. After hours watch list is nice because sometimes it'll give you some plays to kind of bring up in the morning, just knowing what moved in the after hours. The bear scan watch list is a big one that people like because it looks for previous day runners that are looking to make like a first red day, that type of strategy. And then you got like your market summary down here. And then you got like IPOs that are coming up to open. You got when earnings season's in play. It'll show you all the earnings for that specific day. And there's actually a bunch on here that I didn't actually, that I don't personally use. So hopefully that's kind of answers your question a little bit. But yeah, I have the platinum, kind of has everything on there. Let me get an update for you there, Mr. Gifford. Let me see if he's has anything. But I'm assuming they might be trying to process it all. I don't even know if they're allowed to though, right? If they're suspended, they might not be able to. Oh, gotcha. It was for me. Like it's all it's not automated though. Usually a person has to approve it. So, and who knows if they have enough money sitting around for all the withdrawals they're about to have. Because I'm sure they invest a lot of that back into the market and stuff to make more money while it's sitting there. Because when your money is in your account, it's not actually in your account. It's just in like one of their big funds. So if they can't trade, then they might not be able to access the funds. Trying to see what they were talking about. Looks like they were still just talking about TME. I'm out of a... Sorry, do I sound like I'm panicking? Yeah, that's what... No, I mean, a lot of people are in your situation. I'm not panicking because I'm not in the situation. So it's just like trading. When somebody's stuck in a bad position, they're going to be panicking, but I'm not in the position, so it's a little different for me. So I'm not, honestly, I've been saying it to everybody, I hope it's something or nothing. Hopefully they like forgot to file some paperwork or something. But I mean, as a fairly big business at this point, I feel like forgetting to file a major piece of paperwork, where it would get you suspended for 5 days, I don't feel like that's the case. So that's what kind of would have me worried. I don't think Devin is here. He disappears a lot. What else was I going to say? I forget. Anybody have any more questions? Hopefully I answered you marketing as well with the scanners. If you want more information on that, I actually have a video that's been getting a decent amount of traction where it just kind of goes, I do an overview of all the scanners, kind of break them down, tell you what each one of them do. You could check that out as well. And it also has that link that I can pull that up for you, which it should be in the description, I think. But I'll post it in here just in case you need it. But that'll get you, I think it's 30% off if you do the platinum, and 20% off if you do the elite. So, I mean, to be completely honest, to get started, if you want to trade the intensity strat like we are, all you need is the elite. So that'll get you started. However, when you really start to get into trading and you get the intensity strategy down, you'll start to understand how valuable the tracker is. Seeing the bear scan watch list is very nice, as well as the after hours watch list. Like if you get up a little bit early like I do, it helps you pull charts up. But most of the time, I really just kind of sit down and use these I3 scans. So that's really all you absolutely need to get started, which obviously it'll save you a little bit of money. Sorry, I'm getting a little stuffy. Yeah, thanks. When I started my YouTube channel, I really didn't have any, I mean, like I made videos before, but not like, I've never really edited them. Like I would just kind of make them. And yeah, that was that. Yeah, I would not be able, you say great tools, and that brings up a great point. I would not be able to trade at this point without these scanners. Like, it might sound a little sales pitchy, but if you guys know me at this point, that's not who I am. I'm not trying to sell you anything. But it's just the truth. As you could see, both my plays, and I wish it would have been a third play on HOG, they all come right off the scanner. And you're not going to get these plays anywhere else the way that this alerts you. Like for people that would say, well, what's the difference between ISW and trade ideas? I get this question a lot. And the difference is, as you can see, this thing is just rolling, and it's always keeping the best plays at the top. Where trade ideas, every time all of these are moving, it's just spitting them at you, alert, 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 and sometimes like 3, 4 at a time. And it's like, well, how do you know which ones to really pull up and look at? And by the time on something like HOG, by the time you kind of go through, if you didn't miss it, you most likely have missed it because you're scrolling through all these different alerts. So that's just how these scanners are, in my opinion, that much better. I mean, like way better, because you don't have to sit here and scroll through all these charts. You can just pull up what's up top at any given time. And if you're picky like me, you just wait until they're worth looking at. Like right now, I could be pulling up EROS if I was really looking to trade it, but these scanners are designed to get you to pull up the charts early when they're alerting over that 20 on the lower price stocks and over 15, 10, 15 on the higher price stocks. So if you are patient like that, you're going to really put yourself in an optimal position to really trade the best setups, the ones that look like this and the ones that get those reversals that we're looking for. As you can see, we pulled the chart up on TME right after somebody alerted it out of the chat room, and it was on the scanner. And we just got in just a little early. And then that's where the power of a strategy slash edge comes into play. You know, mine is scaling into a position. And as you can see, it worked out beautifully. My nose and these guys talking. It's like a bad combination. I'm going to mute them. They're in the lounge. But that's kind of what the one where we post our trade ideas as the morning's going crazy. That's kind of what it sounds like, because we're all talking about what trades we're in. Sometimes it's very, the conviction is very nice. Like if I were to get into IIVI, like I know that 2 or 3 other people also got in it. So they're also seeing the same thing that I did. They might have different reasons to get in. Like somebody might have waited for the 42 pop. You know, like everyone has their different edge and strategy, but the scanners are all going to bring us to the best plays that are happening. HVI, what was the I3 number when it was time to look at it? I would have to, did I look at HVI? I feel like, yeah, what is it? Oh, you're talking about IIVI. I honestly don't remember. I'd have to go back and look. I usually do look at that when I go back and edit my videos and stuff like that. But in this case, we could just go back on the live stream and look. We can probably see that. Let's see. Scroll back. Sorry, I forgot I was on the wrong screen. All right, let's pull it up. Of course, the quality. Let's see if we can get it to 720. See if it'll load. Where are we at here? I think when I pulled it up, we were at like 15, I want to say it was, which is where it alerts it. I wonder if I pulled this up on YouTube, if it would load faster, because I'm in the page where I'm talking to you guys, and I'm wondering if that has something to do with why it's not playing. Let's see. It's a good question, though. I actually like that question, because that's exactly what we're looking for. There's got to be a reason that we pulled it up in the first place, right? When I pulled it up, let's see. Yeah, this is loading much faster. So as you can see right there, it was alerting us at 15, and let's see if that's when I pulled it up. So I don't have it up yet, and there you go. See, it's alerting 15, almost 16, or it was at 16, and then that's when we pulled it up. So it was screaming at us. That's what I call a screamer. When you see it in yellow, it's alerting us, because I have this one set to 15. As you can see, it alerted us. Yeah, things went crazy there for a little while, but I was looking at them. They're a lot of them were lower floats, or ones that I know that I don't have shares on. So as you can see, we weren't even convicted on IIVI when we first saw it, because again, these are designed to get you to pull the chart up early. And we didn't make our first entry until, what was our first entry? 40. It was like right before 42. Which we can watch in live. This is almost like watching the my video after I make it, because this is kind of where I would somewhat pull it up, but I probably would have pulled it up closer to the entry. Let's see. Yeah, that spread was killer. I wanted it over 42, but it wouldn't give it to us. Yeah, look at that spread, 20 cents. Ouchie. I'm surprised. I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised I jumped in this. I should have went over, because look at Hog. Look at Hog. It's a $36 stock, right? And it was up over 20. That's awesome. I really should have been paying attention. I really wanted to trade something, and I don't know. I wanted to trade something. So I didn't want to leave when this was right at the point where I was looking to enter at around 42 and then like transfer over and then come back, and it had already like dropped down to 41.50 or something like that, because then I would have been ticked. But again, if I would have had all my charts up, I could have pulled up hog just while I was watching this, and I could have done that. So I'm definitely switching back to the 3 charts, I'll tell you that. So just to answer your question, it was at 15 when we brought it up. So it was definitely on the scanner. Gave us a good play. And as you can see, HOG, when it was making this move, right when we got in, it was on that same candle. It was up at over 20 as a $36 stock. So that's a big number for a $36 stock, aka pull that shiz up. Pull it up. Trying to think of what else I can tell you guys. I'm going to pull this up here and say, yeah, if you pull up my channel, which by the way, I just changed this. You can actually do this. Like if you want to tell your friends, look at that. It comes up now as volatility trading. You don't need to have that crazy thing afterwards. But yeah, if you come to my channel, there's the scanner overview, CMEG overview, if you guys are interested in that. And yeah, that short trader video took off yesterday. I figured there was a lot of people out there wondering what's going on. They might not know how to look up the pertinent information or know how to read the documents. So I went ahead and found the documents and read them off and kind of gave my thoughts on it. And a lot of people, I guess, appreciated it. So I just, it was a quick to the point, wasn't trying to exaggerate or anything. And that's kind of what I do anyway. So it was on subject. I used to use Short Trader. I figured why not? I think I was one of the first ones to do it yesterday, so I was kind of happy that I was able to help some people out. Let's see what MDR is doing. Okay, MDR looking to break it out. So we got pre-market highs over here at 320. Obviously we can't short this, and it's on SSR now. I got low enough to be put on SSR. Oh no, this is the one we were talking about just going sideways earlier, right? Yeah, which it was, but now it's trying to get some volume. Look at the volume on this thing. Yeesh. A little overcrowded. The thing got demolished. It was up at what, $6 or something like that? Yeah, it was normally trading up here around $6. Look at that. Crazy drop. Dun, dun, dun. David, are you that's the other thing too about ISW in the chat rooms. It's nice to be in there because what's up, Mackie? Welcome back. Vise very often. Very often. If you go back, I actually, for a little while, and I still plan to do it here and there, or not here and there, but I guess every time it happens. But when I get into if the editing works correctly, like when I'm getting into a stock and it's still going nuts on the scanner, I usually highlight it so you can see it. But you will most likely never see me get into a stock that isn't being highlighted. So it's either going to be over 20. If it's between $2 and $20, $2 and $20, and it'll be at 20 on the intensity number, or on the ones that are over 20, it'll be at 15 or over. It's very rare that I'll trade anything that didn't get alerted because I'm picky, There's no reason to overtrade. Just trade the high probability setups, right? And then that way you're never really trading bad setups, which is obviously not what you want to do. But yeah, there's sometimes where you'll see $80 stocks on here. Those you kind of have to pay attention to. Like you'll look over here and you'll see something. If there's anything on here and it's like $60, $70, $80 plus, I have mine set to $80 anyway, just because of buying power reasons. But if you see anything over here and you see in the last column the price is up over 60, anything like over like 7 or 8 is kind of equivalent to like a $20, $30, $40 stock at 15. So it's definitely worth taking a look at if you like trading the higher price stocks. But yeah, when you see these $30 and $40 stocks up over 15, it's time to pull it up. Yeah, working for a living does suck. I used to do it. I used to work for the local government, and I was there for 10 years. And I was not. I mean, I'm a hard worker just naturally, but I pick up on things very quickly. Not tooting my own horn, it's just the truth. So within the county, you don't really get rewarded for that. So it's like once you know everything in your position, you have to wait for someone in the next position to leave for you to be able to move up. And I was there for 7 years before I even got the opportunity to move up just one spot. And then we decided to have kids. And after the first kid, it was fine. We were still making decent money to where the childcare didn't really make too big of a dent. But then when we had the second kid, we sat down and realized that we would be bringing home an extra $100 a month to have someone else watch our kids. So we just decided, hey, if we're only getting an extra $100 a month, why not just basically pay ourselves that $100 by me, or like basically taking a $100 pay cut so that I can stay home and raise my kids myself. And it was by far the best decision I ever made. I can't imagine like in the future, and I'm not even talking about because it led me to this. I'm talking about because I can't imagine not having that time with my kids now. Like it was 100% the worst time of my life taking care of them. But all of those memories are just in there, and they're not going anywhere. And those are memories that I wouldn't have had. So by far the best decision I ever made, to stay at home with the kids. Had nothing to do with money. I mean, it had everything to do with money as far as the reasoning of why we even discussed it. But the reason I feel this way, it has nothing to do with the money. We would have had to take like an even bigger pay cut, knowing how I feel now, I would have done it. We would have made it work. Because that's when I started umpiring in my free nights and weekends. I Ubered for a little while, just to really still contribute as much as I could. And I started realizing that, eventually when they go back to school, or when they finally go to school, what am I going to do then? I'm going to be out of work for 4, 5, 6 years. Not going to have any experience. I don't have a college degree. I went to college and dropped out. It just wasn't for me. I never liked school to begin with. I was always like a B- student. And, so I started trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. And coming across trading was actually kind of an accident. We were playing Rocket League one night with a buddy of mine, and he's a finance major. He actually just graduated, and he was just talking about the stock market and one of the YouTube gurus that he followed. So I watched a lot of YouTube, but I was mainly watching like baseball and poker videos. So I watched this guru for a little bit, and he had the flashy houses and cars and stuff like that. And I was like, let me just look into it. And sure enough, I did my research for about a month, and I was like, let me throw up a demo account, So I opened up Thinkorswim, ended up going through the process to get their paper trading side of things and real-time data and all that good stuff. And I did it for like a week and a half, and I was like, holy crap, I'm making some money doing this. So I was like, hey, let me take my retirement money from the county, which wasn't a lot. It was like $7,000. Took it out, paid the taxes on it, all that good stuff. And it I rounded it off with savings I had. It was like an extra $400, I think it was, to just make it a $5,000 even deposit in a short trader. And as you all know, looking at that, my first day of trading, I lost $1,141.91 of the $5,000. And that's not even including the commissions. And if it wasn't for the stock NEWA, which I'll obviously never forget because it gave us a nice little bounce back, that would have been a pretty tough pill to swallow. And I remember when that day was over, sitting there thinking, okay, all the people were right. This is hard. And I just lost a lot of money. I'm just going to quit. And that's what a lot of people do. But I was, again, I was determined, and I like to think that I could, pick up on something pretty quickly. So I stuck with it, and I decided that I'm going to put some valuable effort into it. I obviously kept trading, which was probably stupid. But then I, as you saw, just kept getting, I kind of got lucky as I was learning. I kept getting lucky. I kept, finding the stocks that were just happened to go in my favor. And I played a lot of low float stocks too, and always got lucky. Not always, but to the point where I didn't get smashed. But yeah. And so it's really kind of just kept, I've played this one in the past, but the range isn't that great. And it's not like super moving. The volume's really low too. But yeah, so the rest is kind of history. The rest, since February, I've been on YouTube. So if you want to follow my journey, feel free to go back. And it's pretty cool to go back even just to February. I mean, it's September. And just see how far we've come in just a short amount of time. Just wanted to know how many high-price stock setups form on average a day. I only trade 20-plus stocks, so as this scanner gives me an average of 1 to 2 plays per day, I would be happy. I mean, it does. Big time. If you watch, you can go back and watch all my videos. I have these scanners sitting there, and I pretty much trade near the bell, so you won't always see ones going off, but, they're over there. And like I said, you can change these. If you wanted to put this one at 20 to like 50, and then this one 50 plus, that way you know that you're probably never going to get an alert per se, because like you can lower this to 15. But you would just know that everything over here that shows up, as you can see, there's nothing on there now because it's everything over 20 and nothing's giving us the intense move. But if something were to even pop up over here and it's over $50, you would know it's probably worth looking at, because when it's popping up over here, it's worth looking at because it's over 50. Hopefully that makes sense. But then over here, you could just only concentrate from 20 to 50 on ones that get alerted at 15. So these scanners are very versatile in that aspect. And they pay for themselves very quickly. Like depending on share size and all that good stuff. But if you're trading a little bit more size than I am, they can pay for themselves very quickly. Everyone that uses these scanners, I haven't heard any complaints. Not like when I was using Trade Ideas in the past. Trade Ideas, everyone's like, how do I do this? How do I do that? How do I set it up so it finds this? How do I set it? Like, it's too much. Like, just kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. I'm not calling you guys stupid. But sometimes I probably could, especially if you're asking about Trade Ideas. That's the beauty of these scanners. You can literally, you could just load these up and just run the defaults on them. And that's what Brian, the guy who made these scanners, that's what he does. He made these for himself. And so all the defaults are what he uses. And that's the beauty of these things, is you can just load them up and go. There's nothing you have to do. Like I said, I can't imagine doing anything without these at this point. And I can't tell you how many times, how I just muted the scanners. When I'm playing with the kids during the week, I can't tell you how many times because I'll put the volume on high, and on my surround sound. So I'll just be playing with the kids and I'll hear the scanner go off. I'll come to the computer and I know that it's a high probability setup that's happening, because that's the only reason the scanner would beep at you, or alert you, I should say. So I'm not just sitting here staring at a screen all day. Like with Trade Ideas, it constantly alerts, right? It constantly alerts, and you have to sit there and flip through charts. Not with ISW. ISW, you just let the scanners do the work. Let the scanners do the work. And you can sit here, we have red to green scans, if people are interested in those. So all of these, if they're red, let's pull one up. So like it's trying to go red to green. We can pull up like KBR. Same thing. So it's like all these are your red to green moves, or green to red. It's both. So it's just telling you on what side it's on. ACHN, trying to go green to red, or red to green. As you can see, I happen to have the, I mean, you can tell just by looking at the open, but I have that line on there from previous day close. So it'll kind of match up. So like if you're just looking for those types of plays, see if we can find one coming the other way. I mean, these are all slower movers, obviously. FTCH, and it just rolls. So it's doing all the work for you. I think we already checked this one, yeah. AXL. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing with like these types of scans. I mean, when you're looking for red to green, it's going to show you everything that's going red to green. But you're not always going to get things with like volume. Now you can change that. Like you can set so the minimum volume, like if you're looking for only ones that are trading a good amount of volume on the day, you can set it like that. And now look, now we only get ones that have a good amount of volume. It's like, let's see, Gush. So it looks like that was coming down. As you can see, it disappeared because obviously it's not now. This is sitting right there at the line, STML, WPX, right there at the line. So, I mean, you get the idea. If that's the kind of plays that you're interested in. Like I showed you, we got high of day, there's low of day. Trying to think of, I mean, there is one that's somewhat pretty cool. I don't really use it. But it's basically all the stocks. This is more for probably like people that are interested in the low floaters, like the ones that are moving on the day. I think MTP, that's the one that we were looking. Or, I thought it had a million float. It might have been. But as you can see, that's kind of going off right now. What was I going to say? Oh, I was like, why is it not showing up on my other scan? Because it's under $2. Because I haven't set the $2. That's why I was confused. But again, you can change that too. Minimum price, minimum volume, all that good stuff. But yeah, this is really designed to kind of just show you stocks that don't normally get a lot of volume, and today they are. So that's another one. I think I showed you guys everything else for the most part. And we just have both chat rooms, all that good stuff. Yeah. They're saying ARQL possible, but that was also back when we had brought it up. But there's just no volume there. Devin's like, I wish trading was this easy, LOL. And he was like, so easy without emotion. That's what, not to bring him up, but that's what killed me about Patty. Patty's like, well, it's still a live trade. The emotion's the same. It's like, well, you know you're lying through your teeth. When you hit that button, like hitting the button playing something like this, I'm making the same play, but it's so much easier to hit the button knowing that at the end of it, if I'm wrong, I don't lose anything. Or up here, you could clearly tell the difference. When I was in this trade, you know, I was scared to hit the button up here because I wanted a more perfect price, because my emotions were getting to me like, what if this keeps running, right? I don't want to add too close to my other ads and it keeps running, you know, so the emotion really plays. Whereas in here, you're just playing the move based off of your strategy edge with no emotion. It's so much easier to hit the button because you know if it keeps going, so what, right? That's why the people that get fooled by that on YouTube, that was partially why I made this channel, so that they can come here and know that that's not true. When someone tells you that paper trading has the same emotion as trading for real, run. Like, run as far away from that person as you can. Ugh, just, it baffles me. Watching. GDT was like, Tim loves watching donkeys. I have no idea where that even came from. We weren't even like talking about donkeys. Oh, geez. And now they're posting GIFs. You can't throw me off my live stream game. That actually helps it. Gives me something to talk about. See, GDT is lurking, but I bet you he won't say hi. Because that's just who he is. He's a lurker. He's a spy in real life. Puts his face all over YouTube, but I think it's a cover. It's like playing double agent, right? Where you put yourself out in the open, so everyone's like, yeah, that guy can't be a spy. He puts himself all over the internet. But that's where he gets you, because now you don't think he's a spy, so he is a spy. When he shows up in your house, you got a silencer pointing in the back of your head. It's GDT. Just remember that. Yeah, you said hi, but not really. You said boo. Let me scroll up. See what you really said. Oh, I can't even scroll up that far. You just booed me. This is rude. Oh, there it is. Boo. Boo. Boo you. Maybe I'll go boo, boo, boo. Does that sound like boom, boom, boom? How'd he do today? Anybody know how he did? I mean, I am the ISW trading god, clearly. I think we all know that B will forever hold that title. I don't think anybody can trade like he does. He has probably like six or eight of these charts. And I'm assuming he has a monitor turned upright, because it's just a straight. Sometimes he'll post his charts and it's just a screenshot of all of them together. So you know they're all on the same monitor. They might just be smaller than this, but they all look like this. Like he has them like super zoomed out, and he'll post like 7 or 8 of them at one time. And he trades them all at once. The dude's a nut. B is a paper trading god. It's kind of funny. It's like Devin said, you can trade 7, 8 stocks all at once. You just have to not have the fear of losing, right? So just paper trade. I just don't understand like I mean, it's almost like a short-term gain with people paper trading. I feel like eventually people have to figure it out, right? And when they do, kind of screwed in that aspect. Like, who would want to trust you at that point? I guess you just convert your channel to cryptocurrency and just make money off the ad revenue by streaming trade ideas all day. Not calling anybody out there. Wait, what? Oh. I was confused why GDT had said something, but now it makes sense. Good old Patty. I just hate how cocky he is. It's like, you can do your thing, but it'll come. It'll come. Just to point out, ARQL obviously wasn't a trade we'd take, but just to show you guys, it still followed the rules, per se, that I like to call them. Gets through previous resistance, makes a little bit of a run even though it wasn't that great a range, and it comes back down to test that area. So whether it wants to continue down the VWAP, it's up to the stock at this point, but the odds are when you extend through previous resistance, it's going to come down and test it before it decides to either continue to fall or continue back up to try to do it again. You see it over and over again. That's why anyone tells you when you're first starting out, experience, screen time. Sit down and watch the market. Just watch it. You'll just start seeing the same things over and over. Obviously, it won't ever be exactly the same, but you'll start to see patterns, just patterns over and over again. Got David over here. He's always trading all day. Whoa. Took a nice little dip. So this was obviously right off the other scanner. I saw it pop up there, but like I said, I don't necessarily pay attention to these too much. ASCT. Now sometimes these lower floats can kind of throw false signals every once in a while. Yeah, because it'll like grind down like this on like no volume, and then it'll get a little bit of a volume pop, and on like a bigger price move for in relative to how it's been trading, and it'll kind of give you that false reading. So every once in a while that does happen, but obviously you can just ignore it. A lot of times too, like if you're away from the computer, it like I have it set to where it'll beep at me every 10 seconds. So usually if it only beeps at me once, I won't even bother coming to the computer. But if it beeps at me like 2, 3, 4 times, then it's like, okay, this thing is moving, if that makes sense. Cough, cough, Patrick. Oh, thought you and GDT are friends. Sounds like you hate the guy, or you can very much ask GDT. We have a very much love-hate relationship. We'll call it a business professional. Now, I honestly, Justin, I'll tell it right to your face. I like you as a person. And I honestly, obviously, I like the way you trade. We trade the same way. It's just our personalities, they tend to clash every once in a while. Justin's a very reserved, I guess is the best word to put it, person. And I'm a very outgoing and I'm very free spoken. I get like I guess that's the way to say it. I'm very free spoken, I guess. So it's like sometimes I'll just say things and GDT is just like, you're an idiot. And it's like, I get it, but that's just who I am. And that's who he is. So we clash a little bit, but obviously we have I always say this to anybody who asks, me and GDT are the only two people on YouTube right now that are doing what we're doing. We're showing you everything. We're being transparent. There's nothing to hide, right? So you guys are seeing everything. There's not any other YouTubers besides us that are doing what we're doing that I know of. If you know them, let me see them because I want to follow them and support them. So let me catch up on what you guys are talking about. So if I lose my short trader money, I mean, I'll try to wire it out, but no faith. Where do I go instead? Trinidad, I'm not saying it's any better, but if you want to trade without PDT, again, it's just like the stock market. Every time you enter a stock, you're taking risk, right? So if you want to trade without the PDT rule, it's a risk you have to take. You just kind of have to pay attention to signs. Right now, CMEG's giving no signs that they're going to be like SureTrader, and we've had no issues with them so far, so I'll just leave it at that. I mean, they've been trustworthy so far. Oh yeah, when I was talking good about you, I was talking about somebody else. No, I don't lie. I mean, I lie like every once in a while in person, like telling a story to embellish the story or something like that, for joke purposes. Like everyone lies. But when it comes down to like this type of stuff, I have no reason to lie. It wouldn't make any sense to lie. There's really no point in it. Just look at Patrick. You're going to eventually get caught. You're going to slip up. And if you start a lie and then you have to keep remembering that lie and feed off of that lie, like eventually you're going to forget parts of the lie and it's going to catch up to you. It always does. I used to be, I'm not going to say pathological, but I used to lie a lot growing up. And it's because my dad is a pathological liar. He still is. Like he will tell you something and you can show him evidence like in front of his face and he will still deny it. Like it's horrible. So I know where I got it from, but I tend to like to think that I can learn from people's mistakes. And just over the years, I learned that lying is just stupid. Like it doesn't get you anywhere. I got caught in so many lies. I can tell my mom something, then tell my girlfriend something at the time, and then tell my brother something, and they end up talking eventually, and they're like, wait a minute, he told me something completely different. And it's like, well, if you would have just told the truth from the beginning, you wouldn't have to worry about it, right? You're never going to make everybody happy. So stop trying, right? So just do you, And if you are doing you, people are going to see that and hopefully respect you for it, right? And if they don't, then what can you do, right? But lying to just appease people is not the right way. It's just not, it's not going to work long term. Kev bash? What do you mean? Did I just bash him unintentionally? Where the heck have you been trying to work and listen at the same time? Got it wrong. I've been around, just aimless at the moment. Not sure what direction I want to go, but looking to get back. Yeah, I mean, sometimes when I was kind of really struggling, I thought about taking a break myself, but I just decided to paper trade instead. I was really down in the dumps the month of June. But look, just from June to now, look how far we've come because we stuck with it. Again, experience, screen time, it's really the most valuable thing. And yes, I am an idiot. I will never not admit that. That's just my personality. I don't know. I went from, I mean, my personality has always been this way, but I went from lying to really kind of becoming this outgoing person that just says stupid things all the time. But it's fun. Makes people laugh, right? Patrick Whelan got caught paper trading, and he was claiming that it was real. And then he made a video about how he doesn't really care about anybody because the hustle is real. So, whatever. I don't follow him anymore because to me, he's fake. And ever since then, he made a video like right after that saying, I'm going to show my account number and stuff from now on for every trade. And I mean, I think he's traded like twice since then. That was like 3 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. Now he's like trading cryptocurrency, and who knows if that's real. Like, right? It's like once you get caught lying in something, it's like, well, can I really trust the guy anymore? Like, the doubt's always going to be there at this point. And like I was telling others, he can show you his account number, but if he's not posting every single day, like GDT and I, how do you know if you just didn't post because you lost? And when he's bringing in the kind of money he is from trade ideas, affiliation, from YouTube ad revenue and stuff like that, like he could just add money back to the account and then show his account, and it'll be as if he never lost, right? Like, we don't know that. So it's really hard to hold people accountable. And that's why me and GDT, I feel like GDT is on the same page with this. That's why we do it the way that we're doing it, because you can't hide from it that way, right? If we're showing you everything every day, you can't hide. So that's all there is to it. It also made me crack up when he got caught that he changed his about section and then made the video. Oh, it's said it here the whole time in my about section that I paper trade. Yeah, okay. You can go, we actually found a website that you can check the cached version of websites. And the last time it had cached his about section was, I think, June or July. I think it was July. And you could clearly see the difference. They're still making fun of me in the chat. Well, it's so funny because my kids were, quick backstory, wife had my keys in her purse, so I didn't have my car keys to take my oldest to school today. So my dad came and picked him up because he was off today and took him to school. So I actually had like an hour of time where I wasn't really doing, I was just sitting here playing with the little one. So I actually loaded up Patrick's live stream because he had a live stream this morning. And I just happened to be, I brought it up at the point where he was saying the reason he uses offshore brokers is because it's hard to keep $25,000 in an account to use a U.S. broker to stay off the PDT rule. And I'm just sitting here thinking that his boat that he just built from scratch or whatever had to have cost so much so much more money than that, because there was like some custom boat and like had all this stuff done to it, and it's like it's like, yeah, there's a reason you can't keep $25,000 in an account because you're too busy keeping up with the Joneses trying to spend it all. Because he's the kind of guy, like, he'll make, like, if he's making $50,000 a year, he's going to spend $50,000 a year. If he's making $100,000 a year, he's going to spend $100,000 a year. Like, he's that kind of guy. What's the other chat you're watching? It's the ISW chat. It's the team ISW chat. There's two rooms. One is a lounge, which is where we talk when nothing's going on, and then there's one that is called ISW Live, which is where we post only trade ideas. So like if something's, I had mentioned earlier, like say we were trading IIVI and HOG was going off, but we weren't looking at the scanners because we were focused on IIVI. Someone might post HOG and as a trade idea, so we would be able to pull it up based off of somebody else kind of spotting it for us. So it's kind of alerts, but it's definitely not your like a typical chat room that like most, you're not in the chat room for the alerts because we never give prices either. Like we'll talk prices in the lounge afterwards, but like we'll post, hey, look at HOG. And then if you pull up HOG, you look to apply your strategy or edge to HOG. It's not, hey, I'm getting in HOG at $20.32 or whatever. Like it's not that kind of room. Yeah, ISW is the scanners. Intensity Stock Watch is what ISW stands for. Yeah, I thought it was you I was talking to about that earlier. Or was it? Oh, it was marketing. That's right. It was RTY marketing. Yeah, well, I actually had saw it on the scanner, and I was like, oh, look at that. It's moving. I really want to go look at it. Like, you can obviously go back and check. And then I saw you guys posting about it, too, as it was happening, after I had said I wanted to go look at it. But IIVI was doing what I wanted it to do right as that was happening. So that's why I'm on this 3-chart setup now, and I'm going to keep it this way because I couldn't look at HOG because I didn't want to miss out on IIVI. So, yeah, that was frustrating. I think I still have it copy pasted. Yeah. If you want to check out the scanners, there's the link to it. With my link, you get up to 30% off lifetime for the scanners. Start out with the starter package. I think it's $95 for the elite, and that has all the essentials that you would need to get started. Like I was telling marketing earlier, it's not only, I mean, that can easily, if you're trading even just double the size I am, you make that back in one trade. So, and that's your whole month. But they just become more and more valuable the more you use them. You obviously, yeah, okay. That's fine with me. Whoever you think's better looking. We already know who wins that one. And I put balls in my mouth. So, I mean, if you ever want to come over and put some balls in my mouth. Yeah, I can't believe I just said that. But it's true, right? Root beer, too. This stuff is amazing. My mornings, I don't like coffee. So I go the energy drink route. And not a huge fan of Red Bull. I tried Monster for a little while. And yeah, you're right. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So true. I like seriously, I do believe that. I was obviously just messing with Justin. That's what I do to him. I stab at him. I nitpick him. I don't stab him. I poke him over and over again. GDT, you don't want to make the 35-minute drive up to my house? Help me put some balls in my mouth. BAWLS. Come on, guys. It's not that kind of live stream. Dang, it's already lunchtime. Go put my dumplings on. What are these guys talking about up here? Yeah, I'm definitely not the stream to watch live, and this is why I won't usually stick around, but because my kid's sleeping and I don't really have anything else to do, to be honest. The house is pretty clean right now. Did everything last night. 35 minutes. No, it's not. I don't think it's that much longer. Really? What's give me like the street out of like what's the main street like way out of from where you live? I don't know, like the street that leads to your community or whatever. Like obviously so you're not giving away. Well, here, I'll just give you one for me. Or just do Sandy Point State Park. How long does it take you to get there? That way I don't, because I know you're not going to tell me a road anywhere near you. Even though I'm very big into researching things, so I may or may not know where Justin lives. The Harry Nice Bridge. So let's see how far GDT and I live from each other. To Sandy Point State Park. See if it just gives it to us. Whoa! You do not live all the way down there. That's like Virginia. You live all the way down there? And you're 15 minutes further than that? I thought you were a lot closer than that. I thought you were like up here. I thought you were like over in here. So you're all the way down here. Jeez. That's not even Maryland, is it? Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, there's the cut. Well, this is the Potomac right here. That's where the cutoff is. So you're like on this side of it? Like Swan Point area? Or Cobb's Island, whatever it is. Cobb Island. You can wave to Viet. Oh, so you're like on this side of the water. Okay. Huh. I did not think you were that far away. Yeah, I'm basically pretty much in this area. I'm like over in this area. Yeah, that is crazy. I don't know why, but I thought, I mean, I'm sure you're obviously right. But I thought when I looked it up, it was a lot. Maybe that was Jonathan. Because I've been to Jonathan's and he's over in Bowie. It's only like a half hour to him. I didn't realize you were that far down. I was exaggerating with 35 minutes because I didn't want it to sound like it was that far. But I did only really think it was like 45 or 50 minutes. But I also thought it was over here. I don't know why I thought that. I probably just brought up the map and just thought that for whatever reason. Interesting. Good to know that if I really piss you off, it'll at least take you an hour and 30 minutes to put that silencer in the back of my head. Everyone's talking about lunch plans. I can go put my dumplings on. So because this is my private... Sorry, somebody was asking me about Shirt Trader. I was just telling him what I told you guys earlier. He was saying I'm worried because they're not responding. Or maybe I know some fools be trying to look me up. Well, Justin, if you're still here, you can find your address. If you want to know how, just hit me up on Twitter and I'll tell you. So if you want to try to hide it somehow, I don't know if you can, to be honest, but it's like public. Like you wouldn't have to pay for it is what I'm getting at. Don't go look him up. That's obviously not what I'm trying to say here. I just wish something would move. Like right now, by the way, let me put the scanners back on so you can hear this beeping like OPHC. Which it might be a false reading, but it is still, yeah. Tim's here, hey. But yeah, sometimes they just kind of get stuck like this because the floats are so low and the move in relative. So, but that's usually only when it's a slow time, like in the morning when you're really kind of playing these to begin with. That usually won't happen like at all. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it, but yeah, there it goes. I'm actually going to turn that off because it's going to get annoying because it's just sitting there. I know things. I have a certain set of skills. How does that go? I always like reading that off. If you are looking for a ransom, I can tell you that I don't have money, but what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills that I have acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my daughter go now, that'll be the end of it. Cracks me up. I'm in the UK getting ready for the Friday night beer and curry. Splash on the brut. I don't have my son tonight. That's nice. I just cooked some hamburgers on the grill yesterday. They were pretty awesome. Good old smash burgers. Some people hate the fact that you smash burgers on a grill, but whatever. I got a soapstone on my smoker. Get that thing up to like 500 degrees. Smash them burgers down. So juicy. Juicy. I love curry too. I would have to say my favorite food is like Japanese, Asian type food. And then it's probably a toss-up between Italian and Indian. I just love like when I get in the mood for Indian food, I do not stop thinking about it until I eat it. Especially butter chicken from a place in Colombia where my brother lives. Love me some butter chicken. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I don't know why you're hanging out with me. The market is just like dead. Maybe it's because I look good. DRRX. We'll pull it up just for the heck of it. Kind of moving. But if you do notice a trend, even when you pull up ones that aren't really up that high, like you still see it's only alerting you ones that are making moves. Like obviously that intensity number would have kept getting higher if it would have kept extending itself, right? So that's the idea behind this. So the higher the number, the better the move. It's the idea behind it. If you are still here, Friday night live stream, 9:30 Eastern tonight. We'll be doing that. No idea what we're going to talk about. Might just do a free-for-all. Those are always fun. So it'll kind of be like what we're doing now, but we'll figure out something to talk about. This is MDR. It's a attention whore today. Oh, it's actually making a move down. Look at that. This thing's just crazy. I don't really know what to think about this thing. Look at all that volume just out of nowhere. I guess somebody like bought. To be honest, that's probably somebody that went all the way over here, accumulated these 150 shares, and they just realized, okay, we're just going sideways, and they just said, all right, I'm out of here, right? That's usually what causes something like that. And then on top of that, you got a bunch of like orders, stop losses getting hit as it comes down, and it just causes a huge panic. And that's why, this was at 30 on the intensity scanner on the minus I3. And sure enough, look what you get. You get a nice little bounce off the big intense move. Over and over again. You hear me say it in all my videos pretty much. You get the big move up, you get the bounce back down. You get the big move down, you get the bounce back up. You get the big move down, you get the bounce back up. It's how the market seems to work, right? It's almost like it is that easy. It's just a matter of having the tools to find what works. Like now MDR is coming up on the plus I3 scan. It's at almost 40. Because look at the intense move it's making back up after the intense move back down. So the odds are this is going to hit VWAP and probably stop would be my guess. It's a big intense move back up. You're going to run out of buyers and you're going to get the reversal would be my guess. We'll sit here and watch it. while it's playing out. There's obviously nothing else happening, so I'm just kind of browsing, seeing what else is going on. If you guys have any questions too, again, as always, feel free to shoot those out. These guys are going nuts in the chat. B was saying F you to the IIVI, and I was like, you think you had it bad? Because he got some down in here too. I literally got faked out. I can just replace my old one now, since it's getting later in the day anyway. This is the fake outs of all fake outs. Hey, look at that. Almost got to VWAP, which was at 257. We got to 253. And now it's kind of stalling. Got a big order popping up there. Well, it's a great question, Susanna. It's a very good question. The reason I stopped out was because I didn't get my ad up top here. Because that is the strat, is to get 112, right? Come down. My average, I mean, here we can just figure out what our average would have been. We can stop guessing. Let me do this by time. And then click over here. So 41, 84 plus 42, 38 equals 84.22. Divide that by 2. That was our average, 42.11. So then if we would have got our ad, say at 40, we'll say 43.05. So if it would have given us our 43.05 ad right before it came down, plus 43.05 divided by 2. So our average would have been 42.58. So let's keep that in mind. So if our average is at 42.58, that's way up here, right there. And on this 42.50 flush, we would have taken half, so we would have been back down to 100 shares, and we most likely would have took another half here. So we would have been left with 50 shares instead of 25, and we would have had a lot more wiggle room to not give anything back because our average is way up here. But since our average was down here at 42.11, essentially we didn't really make that much because we had to wait through all of this move just to make a little bit of profit. And then on top of that, if we wanted to let it go for sloppy seconds, who's to say the sloppy seconds was actually going to be sloppy seconds, right? So we're basically risking, even though it was only a quarter of our position, we're risking giving all of that back by letting it go. So me stopping out where I did was essentially me just guaranteeing myself a green trade. So yes, in a way, it was me being scared to lose, but I was also, just taking what ended up being not a favorable trade as it was happening into making sure it was a green trade. So that's why I got stopped out here. And it should have been for a little bit more. We had it set at 41.90, but we got some slippage there. We didn't get filled till like 42.07. So it was unfortunate. And I mean, it kept going there for a little bit. Let's see, it went to 42.19 and then it got rejected. But there's no saying that, obviously this is in hindsight, but it could have, came up and then just kept going and went high a day. Like we see that happen all the time. It just happened with our trade that we cut the other day. What was it? ZOT. And look, by the way, this is falling over right off the VWAP. I mean, again, guys, you see these patterns. I think it was XTO. It was a ZTO. Yeah. No. Yeah, here it was. It was this day, the 18th. So we traded this. Let's zoom in. Zoom in a little bit more. So we traded this move, and we ended up taking a loss on it because we started it right around here, and then it went higher. We added, and we got out some of our position, and then we ended up stopping out right here when it went high of day. But as you can see, and here, let me just bring it up. Could have just did that in the first place. But as you can see, that was a good stop out because as it came up, it like continued. Obviously, it went high a day, so it did what we assumed it was going to do, and it came back down, tested that level, just like we said before. When it extends, it'll look to probably come down and test that. Like we were looking for this to come back down and test these areas all the way down here when we first got in. Obviously, we were wrong. We didn't cut here like we probably should have. We let it go. We actually missed our add because we were looking for closer to 2180. Just never got there. Didn't want to add too close. So we ended up adding as close as possible as we could, thinking this was sloppy seconds. Ended up consolidating here and going higher on an ascending triangle. So we cut there for our loss. And as you can see, it was a good cut because it ended up grinding up the rest of the day. It actually ended up finishing somewhere up in here. Where did it finish? I can just tell you. This is literally the one part I hate about these charts. It's hard to scroll over without like going too far. So it ended up finishing up at 2220. So that was why, you can, in hindsight, it's always easy to say, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? But the idea behind it was really just to guarantee myself the profits. Yeah, no problem. MDR tanking yet? Probably. I mean, I didn't have any shorts for it, but it's doing exactly like we said. I mean, you see these all the time. Intense move, you get the intense move down, you could play it to the long side looking for the bounce up to VWAP, and then when it gets to VWAP, it was an intense move back up here in these 2 minutes. As you saw, it was on the scanner the whole time. And so you bring it up, and if you had some shorts, you could have shorted this looking for the VWAP fade. Didn't quite get the VWAP, but it turned around and came right back down. I mean, these, again, you see it over and over again. That's the thing. I mean, that's what these scanners are designed to do. They're designed to get you to pull the chart up and to give you the optimal setups, the high probability setups. If all you're trading constantly is the high probability setups, and I compare to poker a lot, if you're only playing aces, kings, queens, ace, king suited, like if you're only playing those top tier hands, you're going to win a lot more pots than if you were mixing in like pocket 2s, 3s, 4s, or like 9, 10 suited, like jack 10, like they look good. Those hands look good, but they don't win as much. The win percentage isn't as high. So it's no different with trading. Find the aces, the kings, the queens, the ace, king suited and stuff like that. And that's where you want to throw your money, right? If you're sitting at the poker table, you're more likely to put a lot more money in because you have a really good hand than if you had 2-7, you obviously would never play that. So why would you play it in the stock market? It's the same principles. And I think that's another reason I picked up on this a little bit quicker than most, is because I was a hardcore poker player for a long time when I was younger. And, the whole online poker thing died and there was no casinos near me. So I almost was kind of forced to quit in a way. I mean, obviously I could have moved to Vegas or Atlantic City or something like that. And I almost did. Me and my best friend, we almost moved to Atlantic City. We were like, oh, we'll just become dealers and play when we're not dealing. And I'm talking about dealers as in poker dealers, by the way, just to clarify. But yeah, so, look, MDR's getting ready to test that low again. Yeah, options, thank you for your subscription, by the way, Mr. Supercharged. I saw you had subscribed yesterday. Appreciate that. I don't play them. It's so funny because I named the channel volatility, but I'm looking for this kind of volatility, right? With options, I mean, those things are like stupid volatile. I mean, they are like just I can't do it. That's too much for me. I don't know how people do options. It's like I can understand if you want to throw some option plays in there to play like the big, like the SPY and like the stocks you can't afford to play just because of buying power. Like that I could understand, but I mean just to play them every day, I don't know how people can do that. I mean you're playing with fire. Some people play for fire for a living though, so I mean, to each their own. Yeah, I don't have. I see you're saying you're going to CMEG. Somebody had actually asked me earlier if I had any pull with the options side of things, and I don't even know like what the normal commissions for options are. So that's something I could ask about. I could probably pull something out of my butt for that if the demand was there, but I just honestly don't recommend it. I'd rather you go the equities route. A lot safer. And you don't see a lot of proven options traders out there because it's risky. Dog's crying to go out. Be right back. I'm actually going to throw my dumplings on too. So, like a minute. Not even. Who was counting? Was it a minute? Anything actually doing anything? Nope. That's the other thing. Just like I think it was on Wednesday too. HGV. This popped up. Was it right around lunchtime? So again, I was just sitting around. The scanner went off, came over, pulled it up, and this was a trade. So again, it was just you don't have to sit here all day. It's the beauty of these things. These scanners pay for themselves. If your time is valuable to you, and you could be doing other stuff, like there's two guys that I know of that are in Team ISW that they trade at work, and they just have the scanners in the background in their headphones. So they just sit there and they'll turn the sound off on everything else except for the scanner, because like I have the chats, I can hear when the chats go off and stuff like that. But when they'll just sit there and wait for the scanner, and if they hear the scanner, they'll just pull it up real quick, and so they're sitting there at work doing their normal job because they're able to do that. Obviously, I don't condone it if you're hiding it. But yeah, so you can sit there and just let them do the work for you. Are you saying like what these scanners are, or are you saying which scanner within the ISW scanners that I use? It's the ISW scanners that I'm using. I mean, granted, we are sitting here kind of staring at the market, but I'm sure some of you are doing something else as well. But I'm just saying on a typical day, if I'm not live streaming, I'm not just sitting here at my computer. I will typically be playing with the kids or cleaning or something. Like usually right now I would be cleaning. On Monday, Wednesday, Friday, if nothing's going on, I'm just doing something to the house. I'm not really one to kind of sit around. Oh, what was I looking for? Yep. See, Tom's one of them, and he's using the scanners. So so that you actually are now number 3. Actually, you're 4. I forgot about V. V does it too. He sits at work and does it. So, yeah, it's very possible if you're allowed to do that. Gotcha. Yeah, there's the link. I'll post that there. There's a video. Everything should be on that page. Like if you click on that, it'll pull this up. And here's the video that's on my page. You can just watch it there. It kind of goes over the scanners as a whole. And if you scroll down, you'll see the 2 packages that you can get a nice little discount on, up to 30% off the Platinum, 20% off the Elite. And to get that, you would just click the link. Pretty simple. Like I said, they pay for themselves very quickly. And yes, I pay for them. I'm affiliated with them, but yes, I still pay for them. No free stuff in this world. Scanner part of my group. What are you talking about? Let me go shut the door while you answer. I want them to go back out. There's like little fruit things they've been trying to eat. I feel so bad. I have 2 pugs. And the one, he's 13, Rags, and he just went deaf like 4 or 5 months ago. So I'm like always giving him hand gestures, and it's sad. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, these are my 2 scanners here. I'll show you real quick. I have a whole nother monitor with all the other scanners. Like I have them up, as you can see here. These are ones that I don't use as frequently, but the Platinum scanners do come with them. Here's the other i3 scans, one that show you these plays, like on TME, as you can see down here. Shows you the ones that are moving intensely down. And then these the plus i3 scans, they show you the ones that are moving up. And we had MDR up because the minus i3 scan showed this. And then as it was making the intense move back up, it actually came up and showed us on the plus i3 scan. So, and then it gave us the move back down. So it worked both ways. And I used to say that on my videos all the time, with these scanners, you can, like when you get the moves, like the big intense moves like these, the ones that are like straight up or straight down, usually you can play them both ways. Smell them dumplings cooking. Love me some dumplings. I typically trade based off of the range of a stock, more so than worrying about capital and leverage. Again, I'll bring up the this is just a template per se. Where is there it is. So if I move my head, you'll see that I have my buying power listed there for the dollar amounts. So that's like the max amount of shares, but that's really just to kind of keep me in check as I get a little bit higher, because I don't want to get carried away with what I'm like as far as share size with the higher price stocks. I got to make sure I have enough buying power. But I typically right now I'm not even coming close to that. What I tend to do, like if I pull up a stock, like say TME down here, I immediately look at the range. So I'm looking at the move it just made, which at the time when I made my first entry, it was about 60 cents. So I'll base, if it wants to go another 60 cents, I do the quick math, because my max loss that I try to keep at right now is $100, which is 2R. So I do the quick math. It's like, okay, well, if it goes another 60 cents and then I add, if it wants to continue even further, it's making it an even higher probability trade there. But if I wanted to add 100 there, assuming it might go like another 40, 50 cents to hit that $100 area, I would use 100 shares, right? Because 100, 60 cents, that's $60. And then adding another 100 to make it go up, 30, 40 more cents or whatever, that would actually be double that now at that point. So, but you get the idea. So it would be like 100, and then at 50 cents, if you added another 100, then it would be at 25 cents, you'd be at $100. And then you could smash it one last time there for the 200. And then when it sets the high there and comes back down, and tries to do its pullback, if it doesn't want to pull back, and it let me see if I can give you an example. So like this, we got in here, and then we added, and then we had to add at 43.05. It just didn't get filled. But if it did get filled and it came down and consolidated here and didn't make this drop down, like say it consolidated for a few more minutes and then it wanted to go high of day, we would use that high of day as a cut. And it would be assuming that we're right. If we scaled in correctly with the correct amount of share size based on the range of the stock, we should be right around that $100 loss. Like that's the goal. With this strategy, it's never going to be perfect. Where like say if you're trading ascending and descending triangles, you have a set risk. So like say you want to call this a descending triangle. Well, if you wanted to get in as it was kind of squeezing tight, you can risk off high of day, and the amount of cents, and then you can use a risk calculator. Like for instance, ISW has one. Oh, that's the regular calculator. Whoops, there it is. So like say you wanted to long the cost basis, say it was $10, and then say you're that's how much you want to risk, right? No. Yes. This one always confuses me. I always bring mine up. It's so much easier to use. Hold on. I mean, I could have figured that out, but I like having this one because then I can show you. If you guys want this, I can actually give it to you. But like, say you wanted to enter at $10. The high of day was at 10.56. So say you wanted to go up to like 10.60 to just give it that little leeway. And then say you only want to lose $100. Oh, this is long. So it was actually the other way. That was if we were shorting, right? Yeah, so I have it for long and short. I just did it in the wrong one. So 10.60. And max loss $100. So it'll tell us, obviously we could have just reversed it there, but so 167 shares. So you would have a set risk. But with my strategy, the scaling in strategy, you're never going to predict it 100% right. So it's more of you just kind of have to, over time, you'll kind of develop by looking at the range of the stock, what share size you should use to kind of get to that number. So hopefully that answers your question. A little bit all over the place. Whoa, look at MDR. So we're under 2. Obviously, I changed it to my demo account. What did it get down to there? 184? There's a big bid there. It's kind of getting moving up there. If this drops back down, tries to go a little bit lower, I might jump in this. Again, I don't trade these for real because I don't trust them too much. But look at this extension. It's exactly what we look for. Wow, look at that at 198. I don't really use level 2 that much, but I mean, you can't deny that. It's just sitting there. It's getting eaten up though. Breakout buyers. they see that dropping like that, they'd be like, buy, buy, buy. I don't base it off of that. Oh, there it goes. Another big one there. This is a higher float. But again, this is no different than looking, and obviously this was on the other scanner. It still is. As you can see, it's just up top. It was alerting, but now it's not because it's starting to reverse. So it might actually come up down here if it wants to start making the intense move back up. But none of this is really the intense move, right? But then we got the intense move when it went through. And then you got the whole dollar break, which is what you look for even going up the other way. And then here's our key support line that we would be looking for it to come back up and test. And VWAP's way up here, 250. So this is a good trade, just the opposite way of what we look for. So you can trade it on both sides. The scanners give you both directions. You want a long? There you go. You want a short? It gives you those two. It gives you all the options. Pun not intended. But as you can see, look, see how it's making an intense move back up? And there it is. It's down here on the plus I3 scan. So I would, if I brought this chart up and if I was looking to short this based off of this, I would be looking for it to at least test this 231 area before getting short. I would try to get as close to that as I could. I mean, this is actually almost a better move than this one was. All right, so as you can see, it kind of felt like it was stopping there at 215. It stalled out. Had no problem getting up like to 210 and over 210, but now it's struggling. My dumplings are starting to smell good, so that means I gotta go break them apart. Alrighty. Still trying to go, huh? Thigh slapper. What's up, man? Does this live trading day mean there will be no Friday stream? It does not. We are still doing the Friday night live stream. No early morning live stream will ever get rid of the Friday night live stream. That is something that I am stamping into this channel. I love doing the Friday night live stream. If I am physically able, and I guess as long as I'm not like working a baseball game, which there usually isn't baseball games on Fridays, I will definitely continue to be doing the Friday night live streams. I feel like as we grow as a channel and we get more people participating, those Friday night live streams will really help. I feel like once we really get some people coming in there and they know that they can come to the live stream and just ask any questions they have and they're going to just get the direct truth about it. And if we don't have the direct truth, we're going to find it if we can. And it'll be really good. It'll be good. That's the whole point of this, is to help the community as well as document my journey. That's the two principles behind the channel. There it goes. Still continuing. See if we can get up there towards that previous support line. Yeah, I'm going to be drinking a beer tonight myself. Got one sitting in the fridge waiting. I found it. He was hiding behind all my kids' juices. His juices were like stacked up in the fridge, and we finally got to the point where we were getting rid of like the back row up top, and I saw a beer sitting back there. I was like, jackpot. Kind of made me laugh. I'm actually getting ready to get rid of you guys because my dumplings are almost done. I don't want to sit here and eat in front of you. That's just rude. Because I know not everybody's probably on the East Coast and it's lunchtime. So if you have any questions, shoot them out right now. Any last questions, I would be obviously happy to answer them. I kind of watched, like, I skipped through it a little bit as I was reading the comments, and reading the comments was enough to not worry about even attempting to watch it. But what I did hear was basically Patrick still just justifying his actions. So no different than Patty being Patty. We were actually talking about him a little bit earlier in the stream about how he thought paper trading is the same as live trading, and we were just laughing. I was laughing about it. Silly Patty. Let me make sure I'm not burning these things. For all you non-pro cooks out there, if you cook something in a pan or even a pot or whatever, clean it right when it's done. My best friend who now lives in San Fran, he has been cooking since he was 16. He has his own business cooking privately for people out there in San Fran. And one of the best things he ever told me, I was probably in like my early 20s, is clean a pot or pan when it's dirty, when it's hot. Everything will come off so much easier. You ever like take a dirty pan after it's been sitting in the sink for a while and try to clean it? It sucks. So now, like, you know, I'm the one that cooks for our family. My wife, I don't even think she knows what a kitchen is. What was I thinking, right? But yeah, it's like one of the best pieces of advice I can give for anybody who cooks. Clean that shiz while it's hot. Did you have anything to add, Mr. Thigh Slapper, on the interview? Did I miss something that I should go back and watch? Can you show one stock level 2? I have level 2, but for me it feels slow. I don't know why. I will say stock name. Sure. I mean, you can see the 3 level 2s on these 3 stocks, but yeah, go for it. Are you on Thinkorswim? I could answer your question right now. Don't even have to show you. Thinkorswim is just the latency on there is horrible. I actually have somebody who was in the live stream earlier had messaged me on Discord telling me that they're leaving Thinkorswim because that's who they were using as their real broker, and it actually cost them money today because of how bad it was. Man, I should have just set a trailing stop on this thing. That was really hindsight. I should just take the chart off. Of there. SBGL. There you go. Top right. There it is. This is a very low volume stock, so I mean it might just not be moving. I saw the picture of Patrick on the video picture looking like a douchebag, and I couldn't bring myself to watch it. Oh, that's great. Funds are already flying through the air. What does that mean? Oh, gotcha. For anybody who didn't put two and two together like I just did, Tom was the one I was talking about. I just didn't want to say any names in case he didn't want me to. I have been trading live. Well, I mean, pretty much just trading overall because I was only on paper a week and a half before I started trading live, like an absolute idiot. I was trading. I've been trading live since August. I can give you the exact date. I always forget it. August 21st. I always want to say August 8th because February 8th is the day I started using the strategy that I use now. So I always remember February 8th, but I don't remember August 21st. I try to forget the beginning part of my trading career as much as possible. Find the best piece of advice I can give to you if you're new is just consistency, right? Find one strategy, find your edge. I always say I call it the edge, but I say within that edge is a strategy, right? So you have to find your edge in the market, find that one strategy, which for me, it's the intensity strat. And it might not be for you, doing like VWAP fades or trading EMAs. And that's the other thing too is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Just knowing how the market works will help. Obviously, no one can predict the market, but just knowing how it works is the key to consistency. And if you can find a strat or edge, just find one that works. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm trading one strategy, and I'm trying to grow an account. Once you prove to yourself that you can use that one strategy and start being profitable, you really don't need anything else. You just start scaling that strategy up with position size. It can be that easy. And that's where we're at right now. We're becoming profitable with this strategy, and we're trying to get to the next point in our bankroll that we can scale up. And when we get there, we'll get there. Risk management is another one. Always keep risk management in the top of your head because you have to preserve your capital. If you don't have any money to trade, then you can't trade. You can't make money with no money. So I would say those are the three biggest things. Risk management, finding one strategy and making it work, and make sure you enjoy it. Like I used to trade support and resistance and I was making money with it, but I didn't enjoy it. Because this, if you want this to be your job, you have to enjoy it, right? It's no different than any other job. You should enjoy it. I absolutely love doing this. This is just amazing to me that I can sit here and do this every day. Hopefully in the future I can do this every day. And the third one is knowledge. Knowledge is power, and experience, screen time. Those all kind of go together. Just doing it consistently day after day after day, you'll start to see things that happen more frequently than others. And that's what you're looking for. So I would say those three things are the big three things to get started. I do have a video from like when I first started YouTube about things I wish I knew. Let's see if I can find that real quick. And it might be helpful for you. You can also see how far I've come as far as like producing videos too, just by myself. No, my son is awake. Things I wish I knew. Let's just see if I type in things. There we go. Yep, there it is. So if you want to go watch that, you might grab something from there too. But the three things I just told you are very up to date. Those are the three things I would recommend. Yeah, that's great too. Yeah, don't follow people that cheat. Ross, don't follow people that clearly lie to you about trading for real and they're actually trading on paper. Patrick. Don't trade people or don't follow people who don't ever show verified profits, and talk really fast. Ricky. I mean, the list goes on with the people that you shouldn't follow, because they're pretty much just trying to sell you stuff so that they can make their income outside of the market. All those guys are making tons of money outside of the market, and we have no proof that they're actually making money in the market, except for Ross. Ross makes money in the market, but he cheats. He uses a chat room to do it. He's no different than a boiler room back in the day. And I do think, just like SureTrader is getting caught with whatever they're getting caught with, that Ross will one day get a visit from the SEC, because what he is doing is just fraud. But I think somewhere in the details, like the laws, whatever regulations, since it's in his privately owned chat room or whatever, I don't think they can like use that against him. I just have a feeling that that's what it is. That's just me, my opinion, blah, 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 entertainment purposes only, blah, blah, blah. But I really think that that's why something hasn't happened already. But I can almost say with a certainty that the SEC is watching him. And yeah, so that's my opinion on what Tom just said. How supportive was your wife of your day trading career? Super important question, and a great question. She has been, you could tell when I first started, especially after that first day having to tell her how much money I lost. You could tell that she was worried that I was just going to lose it, blah, 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 blah. But in the back of her head, she's always had this thing where, if it doesn't work, you'll just have to get a job, right? So throughout this, she has been super supportive. And I can't imagine having someone constantly saying, this isn't going to work, you shouldn't be doing it, you're just gambling. Like, I can't imagine having a support system that's just non-existent, and completely the opposite of a support system where they're just bashing you the whole time. Without a support system, I really feel that this is going to be tough, because you're going to have down days. You're going to have days where you're just not on your A game. You're going to have days where you have a big loss because you didn't know how to manage that loss yet. Like, those days are going to happen, and they've happened to me. They've happened to pretty much everybody. But without the support system, you're never going to get past those times. You're never going to get to the point where you're making a consistent profit, because they just beat you down enough to where you're just like, you end up believing them, right? If somebody just beats it into your head over and over again, and it's somebody that's close to you and that you trust, you're going to start to believe them. So I feel like without my wife, every time I would be like, yeah, I had a rough day, but I learned this and I learned that. Like, she would say, well, that's good that you learned this and that, and now next time you can apply it, instead of, talking about the loss and stuff like that. So it's like I can't give her enough props. Like, she's definitely been a big part of this, just with her support. So that is a great thing to bring up and talk about, because that's true. You do need a support system. Can't say I use a strategy. I typically make the most on breakouts. Maybe that's a strategy. LOL, risk management is huge. Goal is to trade every day. Hopefully come to allow that. Hopefully CMEG will allow that. Well, CMEG will definitely allow it. It's just whether you actually go to CMEG or not. And trading breakouts, they're not bad, but if you're trading breakouts, the only way I can ever see it possible is like, what was the big low floater today? Was there one? I mean, like, was it MDR? Who was asking about this? HDR content. Did you get the comparison that you needed with HBGL? Because I'm going to change it. If not, we can bring it back up. But let's look at a breakout in reverse, right? Let's just act like right here, this line. See, it was use a support, and then it came down and it broke out, right? It's just to the downside, not to the upside. The only way I can see playing these is if you want to get in for this breakout, you can get in as it's happening. And then if it doesn't work, like it started climbing here, you have to almost cut right away. But the problem with that is, what if it's just a little bit of a pullback and then continues? Like, that's going to happen a lot.
right? Like this, like it came down, touched it, and then bounced back up and then continued. That's literally exactly what I was talking about. But that's going to happen a lot, and you're going to get faked out a lot. But you could get back in, looking for it to do this. But a lot of times, especially when it's going up, it's a more high probability that it's going to get shoved back down because it's just human emotion. Where when they continue to the downside like this, it's a little bit easier for them to continue because, again, nobody wants to buy a stock that's getting shoved down like this. But when a stock's going up, people are selling, people are shorting. Like, I feel like there's just more behind a move coming back down than there is a move bouncing back up. So, because how many times you see the big move up and then it'll fade the rest of the day versus how many times you see a big move down and it fades down the rest of the day. Usually it'll either just go sideways or continue to fade. Like it'll continue to fade or go sideways. It never like comes back up and kind of grinds the rest of the day. It just doesn't happen. I mean, it does happen obviously, but it's very rare. Like down here, look, the big drop down, you got the bounce back up because it was the intense move, but then look, it decided to fade the rest of the day. Like that's very common. Oh, you're fine. You can ask as many questions as you want. That's why I'm here. The biggest piece of advice I can give you to anybody is do you. Like I had said, find your edge, your strategy. Everybody's going to trade differently. There's thousands of ways that you can trade in the stock market as far as strategies and stuff like that go. Find your edge, find what works for you and perfect it. But I recommend finding that one strategy, the one that works best for you, and just master it. Know the what ifs, the if-thens, everything about that strategy. Like, what if the stock keeps going up? What if the stock goes sideways? What if it shoots down? What if it just stalls? What if it gets halted? What if it gets halted going down? What if it gets to VWAP? What if it makes a new high of day? What if it makes a new low of day? What if it hits yesterday's highs? What if it hits yesterday's lows? You see where I'm going with this? Like, there's so many variables that can be just in one strategy. So if you can just master that one strategy and at any given time, like the back of your hand, what you're going to do when that variable happens, you're good to go. Because the biggest thing that kills people is when they get caught at like a deer in headlights when they don't know what to do because they've never been in this part of their strategy before. And that's what happened with me on MTSI. I got caught in a grinder. I'd never traded a grinder yet, and it took me to the cleaners. So it's that simple. I'm like, this thing is going green to red. That's just crazy. I am very short biased. Very, very short biased. I just believe it's a higher probability. I will eventually start playing these, but like I said, this was on paper. Anybody who's just getting here, as you can see, I don't want you guys to think that was on paper. This was a real trade. I can even show you guys up here. Made $13 on the real trade, 37 on the demo trade. This was a pretty clean trade, though. I'm not going to lie. But longs don't typically work like this. A lot of times they'll come down and you'll get like a bounce kind of back to your entry per se. You're always looking for VWAP, but just on the down moves like this, you don't ever typically get them, which is frustrating. So I don't like to play them as much. Breakouts, breakdowns are more risky as stops tend to be pretty far from the entry. Yep, I find it always better to buy at support and sell at resistance. Yeah. What do they say? Buy low, sell high. It's that easy. That's the B, my mentor, the guy who owns the scanners, he will say it all the time. I'll be like, so what would you do in this situation? And it's like always the same thing. He'll either say buy low, sell high, or buy higher, hope higher. Like obviously he's joking with that one. And then he always finishes it off with just don't lose. And it always cracks me up. But yeah, just to answer you, HDR, I'm very short biased. Hopefully, here I can go back to it now since we were just looking at that real quick. If you wanted to still compare, but yeah, this just has like no volume coming in, So that's probably why it's really going really slow. Yeah, sure. I do not use level 2. I never have really. I mean, I use it because it's there. It's kind of, when I was with SureTrader, you could actually elect to not pay for it and save some money. So I would do that. I would just use the level 1 that you see up here, right there in the top left of the montage. But with CMEG, you're paying for it anyway. It's not an option to get rid of it. So it's up there. But I'm really only looking at the top 2 lines. I used to use time and sales, but the more and more, and I actually recommend using time and sales, especially for the intensity strategy, because when a stock's moving up, you see green, 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 and then you'll start to see it kind of stall, and then you'll see the red start flooding in, and that's usually a good indicator that you're getting this type of move back down. Excuse me. But the reason I don't use it anymore is because you'll start to learn with experience and screen time and just sitting here that you can actually kind of feel the time in sales. Like, it's like when these candles are moving, I feel like this perfect example, this pink line, it's the last price. So that is going up and down. Well, while that's going up and down, I basically can see the time in sales in my head through the candles and that last price line. So that's why I don't have it. I don't need it up on my screen anymore, because I can basically see it just within the candles and the last price line. The level 2, I don't recommend anyone trading based off the level 2. Unless you're just scalping. If you're scalping, you can see like big moves, and then you'll see like a big sell order pop up. Well, if the bid is like a penny underneath, like a huge order that it can't just eat through in a split second, you can probably jump into that and look for everyone to see that order on the level 2, and it'll give you a quick drop down, and you can scalp that position. That's the only reason I would ever recommend someone using level 2 if you want to be that type of trader. But it's risky, because you could short that, and then that could be a fake order, and it could just shoot up through and you squeeze up against you. So the level 2 is a lot of smoke and mirrors. There's a ton of orders that get placed on the level 2 that aren't real. And a lot of times you'll see when we come up the big key resistance areas, people will have huge orders showing on the level 2, but a lot of times they're not real. Because how many times have you seen like a breakout coming up to like on a lower float stock, say come up to like $3.50, and you see a huge order sitting there, but as it gets up to it, it just disappears and then goes up to like 370. So level 2 is a lot of smoke and mirrors, and I tend to stay away from it. I have it up just because it's there. It's easier to look at than looking up at the top of the montage. And but I only look at this top line. I tend to not. I could probably just take these numbers off over here showing the size, because I don't look at those. I just look at the top line here at the prices. And the reason that you need that is so if there's a spread on the stock, you don't get caught paying some crazy spread. Because you could trade just off the candles, to be completely honest. You don't even need the level 2 or level 1. But knowing where the bid and the ask are is pretty crucial, as far as, because if the ask is up at 43 and the bid is down at 42.50 and you hit the bid, you just put yourself in a possible 50-cent deficit immediately. So hopefully I explained that. If you want to have if you have a follow-up question or something, feel free to ask. I'm gonna go grab my dumplings. Actually, I'm just gonna eat in front of you guys because this is actually going pretty good. I like the questions. Keep on asking. Num num dumplings. Entry is key for me. I combine it with flags, but yes, sometimes you have to be quick and have a mental stop. Most of the times I'm in and out, but because I trade big, I don't need to be in the trade for long. There's a ton of people that do that. They just, I mean, you're basically scalping the breakouts. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people do that. I mean, Ross does that. Ross just uses a lot of help. That's the only reason I don't like people who follow Ross, especially people that are new, because he's teaching you something that is very difficult to do without the tools that he has. So obviously, if you've been doing it for a long time, you understand the market, you can make those moves. But if you're brand new to the market, I mean, you could end up in 1,000 shares of a low float stock and that thing shoots against you and you have no clue what you're talking about. Like I said earlier, you end up like a deer in headlights because you've never been in that situation. And those people become an investor. They're like, oh, well, it'll come back up, right? I mean, how many times have you heard that? Very sorry if you can hear me chew. My wife hates it when I eat. You guys probably will too. I'll look away when I chew. I chew with my mouth shut, but for some reason it like makes a loud sound. It makes no sense to me, but shoot me some questions. Give me some more questions. I like answering the questions. I like helping you guys out. I really do. And I'm always waiting for questions that I don't know the answer to. Those are the best questions. That means we're learning something new today. Looks like we got a couple comments on YouTube I didn't see. I didn't have it open to check. How did everybody do today? Anybody have any, I mean, get a little off topic while we're still on topic. Anybody have any good plans for the weekend besides watching my live stream tonight? Coming to the live stream, not watching it, being a part of it. This guy on my SureTrader video, I mean, he makes a good point. He says SEC can't be involved. It's offshore. Apparently, Bahamas has okay regulation. Who knew? But they can be involved. Well, the Bahamas SEC is involved, not our SEC. Sorry, just responding to some of the comments here. As you guys know, if you leave a comment on a video, it's going to get a response. I feel like I'm going to attempt to always do that. Only had 2 to catch up on there. Let's see. Come back over here. Is CMEG insured? You know, that's the thing with these offshore brokers is they can kind of, in a way, tell you whatever they want. There's always jargon for that kind of stuff. But like I tell everybody, if you're going offshore, it's no different than when you enter a stock. You're taking risk, right? If you want to day trade before you have $25,000, it's a risk you have to take to avoid the PDT rule. Yes, you're dealing with an offshore broker, and that's why I went with SureTrader when I first started, because they were a big name. They were reputable for the most part. And you can kind of feel trusted because, hey, there's so many people doing it that it would be really hard for them to kind of screw you over, per se. Same thing with CMEG. SureTrader was around and they didn't really have any competition. But then CMEG came around and they started, offering lower commissions and, stuff like that. And you can't just make an account with CMAG and give them a credit card. They really, from the moment you sign up with CMAG, they kind of give you an assurance that, hey, we're trying to do things right here. They make sure that you're not using like drug money, all that kind of stuff. Like they do a lot of the right things when you sign up, which should give you confidence that they're trying to be a legit place of business. Where SureTrader, you can literally make an account and fund your account with a credit card almost essentially the same day. That's kind of scary when you think about it. Like some kid could literally take his mom's credit card, make an account in her name, and they would have no idea. So to answer your question, Josh, I don't know the truth. And I just said I like having questions that I don't know the answer to, but unfortunately that's one I can't really answer. Last time I had dumplings, I was in is it Prague? Prague? I think it's Prague, right? I'm not very well traveled. And that's another reason that brought me to the market, is being able to hopefully in the future take my kids and be well traveled, do something that I wasn't provided growing up. No problem, Josh. Hopefully I didn't scare you away from using CMAG, but at the same time, you should always know the risk involved. Supercharged. No problem, man. Hopefully I'll see you around. We have a live stream tonight, 9:30 Eastern, if you want to stop by. My nose, man. I think my kid got me sick. He's always bringing these sicknesses home from daycare. Yeah. 9:30 tonight Eastern. So if you want to stop by for that, awesome. If not, have a great weekend. And look to hopefully see you on Monday. Yeah, Ross is warrior trading. And yeah, Ross is he's a cheater. Well, Craig, if you want those 295 trades, the link is down in the description below. As I would say in my videos. I do think it is down below. I posted it earlier too. Just when you're sending the email to open up the new account, you just have to tell them to use the code. And I know this off the top of my head because we were talking about it earlier. That's the code. So just tell them you want to use that when signing up, and you get those $295. CMAG is not peer-to-peer. They do use a clearing firm. I forget. It's on their website. I can probably find out. Speaking of my wife. She actually asked me how trading went today. Let's see if we can find it. Don't really. Supercharged. I'm gonna let Tom talk to you about it just for now, but I'll weigh in a sec. Look at that. Or even alerting people that are trying to fish. Fishy. So apparently these two emails are not legit. Let me see. I'm confused because that one looks very much like the one that I have on my new accounts. Oh, okay. So they took the S off of accounts, and I don't use this one, so I don't know. So the real one is new accounts with an S. CME. I'm confused how they got the CMEL, like this part of it, though. Usually that part is different. Interesting. I guess somehow they hacked into their server to make that. I don't know. I know it's on here somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. Legal and Resource Center. Same. Here we go. This will probably answer some of your questions. They're partnered with U.S. clearing firms. Members Securities and Investor Protection Corporation. So up to $500,000 of coverage with a limit of $250,000 for cash balances. In addition, our clearing firms are insured through London underwriters, where Lloyd's of London Syndicates is the lead underwriter to supplement SIPC protection. This combined protection would offer you protection up to an additional $30 million, with a cash sublimit of $900,000. Please note that these measures do not protect against a decline or loss in market value of the securities in your online trading account. They're also insured up to $1 million professional indemnity should anything happen to CMEG as a method of recourse. Clients can also file a report with the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission. So there you go. So they are insured. And I already knew the answer to this. That would be a no, because they are not in the U.S. And just like here, they have their own SEC, just like SureTrader has theirs in the Bahamas. We already know that's Trinidad and Tobago. We already know that this is not. So there you go. That answers your question. All right, let's catch up on your little conversation here. SureTrader's balls, I'm going to see. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just don't forget to use the code. Because I think it's $3.95 without it. So $1 a ticket. I guess some people might not think that's big, but it adds up. It's $100 if you just have 100 tickets. He trades the open volatilities to the roof. He front runs a room of 80 to 100,000 shares. Then he takes profit and his room gets it handed to them because it's a low float. Yep. Watches trades. He trades. Gets in, guaranteed 80 to 100,000 shares to follow. So true. That's why he stopped showing his trade executions on his recap videos. You can go back and watch his older videos when he was showing his executions. You'll see he's only in the trade for like 5 to 8 seconds most of the time. 9,000 shares in, 9,000 shares out within 8 seconds. And by the time he even says he's in a stock and there's apparently a delay on his chat room, by the time you're getting into the stock, when it's shooting up because you guys are forcing it up, he's selling into you as you're forcing it up. It's true. It's right there on YouTube. That's why I said he's literally doing it out in the open. Like I don't know how he still gets away with it. Yeah, CMEG. Oh, that's what I didn't answer. Is if they were, I don't know. I don't still have it up. If they're peer-to-peer, they're not. They have. Oh, yeah, I did answer it. They have the clearing firm that I was telling you about. It goes through them. I'm assuming he calls something out and he makes a move in his favor. Yep, that's exactly what he does. He actually had. Oh, the SPY is tanking right now. I guess all the VIXs are shooting up. Whoa. All right. What'd you say, Trump? What'd you say, Mr. Trump? I don't see anything. Wonder what happened. See, this is where, like, I could trade something like the VIXy because I have shorts there. Man, that's actually... Here, I'll just show you guys what I'd be looking for. I got the 19 pop. So I'm on paper. I changed the paper here. But we got the 19 pop there. Is what we would be looking for on a normal, like on a big move like this, intense like this, is what we'd be looking for. And if it wants to continue, looking at the range here, we started with 100 because we got the 50-ish cents range there on the move. Get a little live trading in here, even though it's on paper. I'm just not trading right now because I'm eating. My son's about to wake up. I don't want to get caught in anything crazy. There we go. Got to break down under 19. See if we can get down there a little bit further. Kind of hanging out here. There we go, back under 19. See if we can get down there towards 90. There we go. Come on. There we go, there we go. Oh, right back up. If this wants to go high a day, we would just look to cut it and re-enter. I mean, like right there, if you were just looking to use this to scalp, I mean, there you go. Could have had a nice little scalp. I'm only using 100 shares. You're using 1,000 shares, that would have been, what, $100 real quick. It would have been more than that because we were up it was, well, no, yeah, it was about 1,000. But if you're looking for like the big overall move, just based off of looking for the strategy to work properly, then we were kind of looking to get that 90 area. So we made a lower high there on this candle so far. So that's kind of what we're paying attention to. We're kind of sticking to looking to take half if we can get through 90. There we go. And take half there. There we go. Boom. There we go. We're taking another half there. And now we're in a green trade. And look at our entry. So this is, for anybody that was watching earlier, the reason that we didn't get a good stop point is because we missed that top ad. If you get these top ads, it's so much easier to trade this because now, look, we're left with a quarter of our position. And this was just a starter. If it wanted to keep going up here into like the 1930 area, we would have got to add in and still looking for this move under 19. So we would have had more share size with a higher average looking for it to make the move back down. Big intense move, you get the move back, you get the reversal. It's that easy. But now we can look for those sloppy seconds because our average is good, right? So we're in over 19. And we're going to look for I keep acting like this is all one chart. I keep going to this montage, and the montage is over here. Let's just set a stop at high a day, and we'll just leave it, right? I mean, this is what I want to do every time, so we'll just set it at 1920. Just do market 1920. So if it wants to go high of day, we just have a quarter position that we end up losing out on. And that's that. If not, we'll just look for this thing to fade back down here to where it was. Because obviously something happened, obviously in the SPY. Like if we bring the SPY up over here, this should look exactly the opposite, right? That's the only downside about trading the VIXs and stuff like that is, I mean, you're technically trading the SPY. Just there's some stocks that go along with the SPY, and then there's some that just trade the exact opposite. So if you want to trade the SPY, instead of doing options, you can do it this way. And most people will trade TVIX, but I don't have shorts on TVIX, or I would, because the range is better. Because that's the only thing about VIXy is the range isn't that great. His plan is to get in and tell his room he is getting in. Then the volume from the room makes it the Momo scanner, and he hopes other people jump in. Yeah, no, it's true. Problem is people now short the stocks he plays. So once the room buys, he jumps out for a profit, and the other people short, and his members are stuck. That's exactly what happens. I've said it repeatedly. When I get to the point where I can afford a membership to his chat room, I'm going to get it because that thing will pay for itself right away. I've actually contemplated doing it even earlier. Let's put a range order in just for kicks. We'll look for this 55 area. So we'll let it go one way or the other. We'll do 18, 50. We'll do like 57 because 55. I always try to front run a little bit. Because like 55 is a key area. Most of the time, like when it's coming down to the $50, 55 will be the spot. So I always try to front run it just a little bit to make sure I get filled. You start to learn some of those tactics. Well, did you guys notice on the scanners, I knew that the SPY was tanking because all the VIXs started going nuts. And I probably could have traded this for real. I'm not a huge fan of trading the SPY because that thing can be crazy. Some of the guys in the chat talking about it. Show them the cool trade we made, even though it's on paper. That's just one of the disadvantages of being home with the kids too. It's like you always have them in the back of your head. Like I'm always looking at the monitor. You might not catch it all the time, but I glance over a lot. So I'm never, I feel 100% focused on trading. I can't imagine when that day comes. That'll be nice. Dang. And that's the other thing too, is when the SPY starts tanking, you can find other stocks that are following the SPY, like PDD did. Somebody just posted that in the chat. So that's the other thing too. When the SPY tanks, a lot of stocks follow it. Look at this. See how we don't have to worry about the noise right now with the trade that we're in? You know, a lot of people are like, oh crap, it's going back up, and like they'll cover their position. But in reality, if you're playing the overall, if you're playing the big picture here, this is all just noise, right? You're in the middle here of a range now, and you're basically betting on it going down. It's a higher probability that we have seen over and over again that it'll come back down, and that's what we're taking. So we got the range order in, and since we have such a good entry, we can do this, right? And we only have a quarter of our position left, so it's not a big deal even if it does go against us, but we're looking for the bigger move to come back down, pay us a little bit more. Excuse me. We are rocking. Should start playing some music when I do these. Might make it easier. But then always have people that don't want to listen to certain types of music. was a longer response on YouTube. Just trying to help somebody out, newer trader. You're all leaving me. Is it my loud chewing? I knew it. Knew it. Just trying to make a flag. Anybody have any more questions? Probably get out of here once my son wakes up. Put him down early. I think he fell asleep around 11, so he should be up soon. It's kind of, that was in the back of my head when this happened. I didn't want to chance getting into a trade and then him wake up screaming. That actually happened on, was it Wednesday? It was yesterday on NEWM. I entered that trade and then my oldest son had to poop. And he was just sitting on the couch being great. And he was eating lunch. New M popped up. I got in and it was kind of being fishy. And then he started tugging on me. Gotta poop, gotta poop. And I was like, oh, of course. So I ended up just exiting the position, scratch. I think I made $2, but after commissions. Yeah, that was frustrating because it ended up working, obviously. Not gonna lie, I've enjoyed my break from umpiring. It's like part of me is excited to start umpiring for fall ball again, but part of me is just like kind of enjoying not doing it. You guys see the flag right there, right? A little bit more visible on the Vixie than the SPY. On the SPY, it looks like an ascending triangle. Oh, here we go. There's a neat little trick, too, I've been doing. Like, if I really wanted to, like, if it made this quick move all the way up to high day right here, I would actually look to add as close as I could to high day since my stop is there already. And to be honest, as long as you stick to your stop when you do this, and how you can do it, like if I brought Vixie up over here, I could put a stop for, say, 525 shares, and I can set it, market 1920, and then just have it ready, right? Change that, make sure we don't do anything stupid. I mean, it's on stop now, so it should be fine. And then over here, I could have 500 set to go. So if it jumps up to like 1915, I just hit this, come over, hit this, and I now have 525 shares, and I'm taking the extra 500 shares on 5-cent risk. So you're only risking a small amount, but you're chancing that it's a big intense move and that it's going to double top, and you get the big move down. And if it stops you out, you lose 5 cents. Just something I've been somewhat incorporating here and there. I've tried it before on double top situations where my stop was up there, and it's worked. But sometimes you'll get faked out too, where it'll stop you out even with the extra shares, and then it'll drop. And so it's a higher risk type play, but it's just something if you're looking to add some shares at a low risk, you have your stop there anyway. If it gets real close and you think there's a possibility because it was an intense move to get there, that you could add some chairs and ride them on the way back down, then it's not a bad ad there. So what do you guys think? Is my chewing really that loud? Is that why you all started leaving me? Sad face. I'm just glad I got to kind of eat these in peace. Usually I'm dealing with a kid of sorts. I know for a fact if B was here, he would have traded the TVIX during this. He loves trading the TVIX. And the reason, the range isn't like super great on the TVIX, but the liquidity is nuts. When you're trading larger size, liquidity is key. Yeah, look at the liquidity there. It trades a lot more shares, but it makes the same moves. I'll say for our sake, instead of rolling over and dying on the SPY, we want this to be kind of an ascending triangle forming, right? For our trade, because we want the opposite. But unfortunately, the VIXE is looking like an ascending triangle as well. That's the beauty too, is it does follow the SPY, but not 100%. I just think it boggles my mind how these trade the way they do. Oh, there it goes. And this is afternoon trading. Even on a big intense move out of the SPY, it's still slow. Especially on a Friday. I am now done my dumplings though. Last bite. More sad face. Light. Another one. No volume though. I probably sound so boring at this point. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually a little tired myself. Of course, now I can't take a nap. Ooh. Excuse me. Excusez-moi. Getting a little impatient with this thing. It's kind of crazy how you can get impatient with something because you just have a range order in. It's like, come on. It's like in Thinkorswim On Demand, you can just hit fast forward. See what happens. Oh, on time. So what are y'all doing this weekend? Anything good? That's what I meant to check. That's what I wanted to check. Thank you for reminding me, guys. Appreciate that. as we sit here and watch the SPY just go sideways. Oh, that sucks. That sucks a lot. And it's a... Oh, my jeez. It's a tournament. I know I'm working Saturday and Sunday. My wife will be happy. I am not. Especially now because I can't watch the Ravens game. I knew I should have just took Sundays off. These were accepted a while ago. Crap. Crappers. I think I'm going to have to tell him I can't do this. That's too much work. I have to scroll down and find him. Where you at? Maybe it would just be easier to start a new one. All right, guys. Do you have any questions? Oh, there is a question. Legend, what's up? Hey there, how long have you been trading and are you part of a chat room? I've been trading since August of last year, which I always just pull this over to show you. Good old first day, August 21st, negative 1141. That was a hard pill to swallow. And I am part of a chat room in sorts. I'm part of Team ISW, and being part of Team ISW, you get the two chat rooms. One is a lounge where we kind of talk about anything and everything, and then the other one is a trade ideas room where we alert the tickers that we're looking at. Sometimes we'll put a price along with like what we're looking for. So like here, if this was popping, most of the times we'll just say VIXY to just let everyone know that it's moving. And sometimes we'll say VIXY looking for like 1938. And a lot of the reasons people will usually include a price is because somewhere on the daily it'll have that key point. So, and this is actually looking like the SPY looks like it wants to fall back over, which means our stop is probably going to get hit on this one. So hopefully that'll answer your question, Legend. Any follow-up questions? I was actually just getting ready to get out of here. I was looking at something else. I need to text somebody about my umpiring side gig on Sundays. And 8 months of sim. Props, man. A lot of people don't have that kind of restraint. That's awesome. How have you, you're 6 weeks ago, how have you been doing since you went live? Let everybody know that going from sim to live, no matter how long you've been in the sim, it's a little different, isn't it? Makes you, your emotions run a little bit different. And yeah, TTG, I don't talk about Mike too much, but I used to follow him, but just not a huge fan. I don't know. I used to go in there every Tuesday back when I first started, and I just wasn't a fan of his trading style, to be honest. So, just not for me. Could be for you. Warrior trading, that should never be anybody's chat room. I'll never promote them. TTG though, I mean, I know Mike's a legit trader. So there is that. Oh, exactly. It's very different. People, especially people on YouTube with 80 some thousand subscribers, they can say that trading on paper, sim versus real, is the same all they want, but everyone that has done that knows that that is not true. Exactly. You should sim trade, and one of the main reasons I tell everybody to trade on paper to start is so that you can just learn the strategy. If your strategy / edge isn't profitable while trading in a simulated account, then it's not going to be profitable when you're trading for real, because trust me, the emotions are going to make it twice as hard, more than twice as hard, like 5 times, 10 times as hard. Don't laugh at me, Thomas, even though I know exactly why you're laughing. Sorry, I'm sending this text to fix my situation. I went from Ross the Mic and had my first green months in the sim with TTG. What is your strategy or style? Yeah, like I said, I don't disagree with Mike's style. I actually used to really like his trade line VWAP cross. I always found that to be a pretty good strategy. And I really like his idea of looking for the breakouts that come down and retest that resistance and use it as support and look to buy into that, because it's usually good. However, to me, it's still a very 50-50 type trade there. You're just buying close to support, so your risk is low, which is good. I just don't like it because it can go under that previous resistance just as easily. But my strategy is intensity. As you can see here, made the intense move, and I everything I get is right off of these scanners, the intensity stock watch scanners. So I'm looking for the big intense moves up on volume, and I short into them. I made a trade earlier on TME just to show you, and it works the same way. Big intense move down, and you go long, scoop it up, and you get the big reversal there. Kind of looking for those rubber band effect type things, but they don't always happen like a rubber band. As you can see, sometimes they're a little bit slower, and I was just looking for more continuation with a quarter of my position here. Took out half here, took out a quarter of the half there, or a quarter of the position total. It was half of what was left, and we're just left with a quarter of our position down here. So basically, we're just looking to find the tops or the bottoms based off of the intense move, and look for it to make its move back up. Because one of the things I always say is the quicker the move, the weaker the trend. So that's my strategy in a nutshell. If you want to see my strategy more in action, I have a ton of videos at this point. If you want to go check out the channel, I post a video pretty much every day, and if it says Day Trading Live, I have a whole playlist if you just go in there. So all the videos in that playlist are of me trading live, and you can kind of skip through those videos and just watch me trade live. So hopefully that answers your question. Looks like we are going to get stopped out. SPY fell over. Let's see. But see how even if we do get stopped out, it's only going to take a little bit out of our guaranteed profits. That's kind of the beauty of having what we call leftovers. So if the leftovers want to continue and pay us a little bit more, because usually that's what happens, they'll come down and test this area, then awesome. But if not, we're willing to risk this going up and going high of day, which is that high of day right now, 1916, right? Yep, 1916. So it got right to high of day, and now it's looking to reject again. So we'll see what happens. Beautiful ascending triangle, though, huh? I mean, everything would point that this is going to go. There's 17, so we're at a new high, 18, and the SPY's breaking down, so yeah, we're going to get taken out here. We should have got taken out. Yeah, I was going to say. So there we go. So we got stopped out. And look how pretty that looks, right? Like if this wants to continue, like if the SPY continues back down to its lows, this thing's going to be up there towards like 1950. So if you want to look to re-enter, you can, but that's a solid cut for the leftovers of your position. Didn't take that big of a hit. And what were we at, 1475? It ended up being a $10 trade. So nothing wrong with that. The guy is removing me from this game. He's probably so mad at me. And my son is awake. Do you tier in? Yes. Yeah, I do. And it's not because of Mike, but yeah, I do scale in. Let me show you my real trade from today on IIVI before I get off of here. So this was my trade earlier today. So as you can see, we got the intense move up and we started our position. It kept going, extending itself away from that previous resistance as well as VWAP. So we added in, and we actually had an order in here at 43.05, but it topped out on us at 42.95, so we didn't get filled. So we kind of had to play the waiting game a little bit, but we ended up getting out 75% of our shares here, and we got faked out for the rest of our shares here because, as you can see, the rest of the day, this thing just faded on off. We were looking for this with a quarter of our position, even just down to that previous resistance. Just like I had said Mike does. Looks for that move through, come back down, test, and then you look for the move back up. But as you can see, it doesn't always work. But yeah, we got faked out a little bit, got stopped out because we didn't get our ad up here. So our average was down in here, so we got faked out. We didn't want to give anything back. And yeah, it ended up continuing. So yeah, we scaled in and scaled out. So essentially, yeah, we do tier in and out. Let me go grab him real quick, and if you have any follow-up questions, feel free to ask. I'll be right back. About to tear my headphones off my head. Sorry about that. Had to get him to stop crying there. Okay, bud. You see yourself? You can see your head a little bit. It looks like he's peeking. There you are. I see you. Yeah, I see you. He's got my eyes. What do you guys think? All right, guys. I guess if we don't have any questions, I'm going to get out of here. Anybody have any questions? I'm going to see if I can get him some applesauce. I'll give you guys a couple minutes. Oh, no, come here. Let's turn Peppa on. And we'll change it to little baby bum. But come here. Get you in your chair. Still here, guys. I'm going to take the green screen down, though. And get him some... I know. Let me mute this.